If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
It would be my pleasure on this Tuesday with Jimmy Mack, Madison with the T, and the Truckers of America. Hello, Jimmy.
Well, hello, Phone Master Dre, and hello, cross those T's and dot those I's. Our friend from slightly northern Louisiana, slightly southern Louisiana. I'm not really sure where you're located geographically, Madison. I got to think about that. I might ask you, don't worry, you ain't got to chime in, you ain't got to pipe up, you ain't got to do that thing. You're not being put on the spot. Phone Master Dre isn't either. By the way, guys, you can always call 615-292-6366.
615-292. How did Dave do it yesterday? N-E-M-O.
Yeah.
Nemo.
Nemo, yeah. I mean, basically, he's in that really kind of weird and awkward spot where he wants to be Peck's bad boy and just kind of close his mouth and let us all sit there in silence. The problem is he knows now that he's playing a game of chicken against me. I'll just sit there. Let's steward it for a while. Let's have some silence.
Until it comes to me and I'm just having an anxiety breakdown.
Yeah, don't.
Somebody talk!
Let it roll. Let it roll down the highway. Leave your heart at iHeart. Have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. There's some folks, trucker boastons out there yakking it up on YouTube. Make some FaceTime on the Book of Face. Live your life. Live your best life at Live 365. Be a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com or ponder all the possibilities of it all afterwards on your favorite podcast platform. Because this, my friends, is Road Gang Radio. Forget the lies of Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bozo overruler, Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking, and his insignificant sidekick, Grease Charlton. I don't know who those people are, because this is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. In what universe, Dre?
The known universe?
The known universe.
Yeah.
By the way, all of it is broadcast and recorded at your Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House. Just a hop, skip, a jump, and about a 3-minute drive in an Uber over to the birthplace of trucking radio, WWL 870. I said the Fastport Studios, and I mean it, guys. Fastport is out there solving America's toughest recruiting challenges and workforce challenges through research, technology, and, of course, as always, people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at, fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. It's going to be a great day. Kevin Lindsay's going to be here. I'll be breaking down the entire lineup in just a little bit here as well. Kevin Lindsay's going to be here. Our friends from Reeves are going to be here. Another Highway to Health is going to be on the scene and helping you get that cholesterol down. And then, of course, our good friend LaRue joins us from Nashville Sleazy, where they take it sleazy, or if they can't take it sleazy, they take it light, as Lindsay kind of jumps into the show and helps us remind ourselves that not only are we making a living out here on the highways and byways, we need to make some kind of life. You guys need to take care of yourself and do your thing. This celebration of National Days, by the way, is brought to you by Truckdown, because the quickest way to the party is truckdown.com. Since '97, truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown. And these days, they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com and then join the celebration for, you guys are going to love this, both you and Madison Dre. It's Wonderful Weirdos Day.
Oh,
it is literally Wonderful Weirdos Day. It's honored across America on September 9th. Make a stand against the predictable and the boring. Fly that freak flag in solidarity with the wonderful weirdos of your known universe. Happy Wonderful Weirdos Day to all the wonderful weirdos who make our lives all the more interesting. And when I tell you some of the birthdays later on in the show, guys, I've picked some weirdos and some that might not be weirdos, except I'm going to explain to you how they are. What are the weirdest ways you can think to celebrate the day? I mean, for instance, a black bear in Kentucky, true story, this week was caught on film popping confetti balloons. A wild boar in Florida crashed through a sliding glass door to wreak havoc on the inside of a house. and a serial Guinness World Record breaker from Spain defeated one of his own titles by running 328 feet backwards in 16.55 seconds while wearing high heels.
Oh.
Are you going to be outdone by the animal kingdom? Are you going to get bested by some random Spanish dude? I mean, come on. Get on it, weirdo.
I'll put my heels on right now.
Which one do you want to hear? Which story do you want to hear about? The black bear in Kentucky, the wild boar in Florida, or the dude running backwards in Spain?
Oh, I want the backwards in Spain.
Yeah, the backwards in Spain is pretty darn good. Christian Roberto Lopez Rodriguez broke the record for the fastest 100 meters backwards in high heels, which he previously set at 20.05 seconds during an appearance on the Spanish television series La Noche de los Records. Yeah, I mean, he's a serial Guinness World Record breaker, and he bested his world record by almost 4 seconds, Trey. The record-keeping organization's rules for the record required Rodriguez's shoes to have heels of at least 2.76 inches and be no wider than 0.5 inches at the tip. Just the tip. Just the tip. Rodriguez currently holds more than 80 Guinness World Record titles, including the fastest 400 meters in clogs, 1 minute and 1.38 seconds, the fastest 100 meters wearing flip-flops, 12.10 seconds, the fastest mile traveled while balancing a pool cue on a finger, 5 minutes and 52.3 seconds, the fastest 100 meter on a space hopper, 29.91 seconds, the fastest 100 meters carrying an egg on a spoon in the mouth.
From one weirdo to another, do you ever think about like what's a Guinness World Record you could actually do?
I wouldn't mind giving some of these a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, I'm telling you, you look up this guy, you look up this gentleman Rodriguez, dude,
Yeah.
calves.
Calves.
Ray, calves. I mean, dude's in shape.
Yeah.
Dude's ripped already, but calves, man. When we actually do the replay of Rees Across America, when we do their trucking tributes, you come over here on the video and I'll show you what the guy's calves look like.
Okay.
Calves, dude. I got good calves. This dude's got some calves.
We're starting the show on a very good weirdo front talking about calves.
Talking about
615-292-6366.
615-292-6366. That's a weirdo question for the day out there, guys. And look, we got a lot of stuff to talk about in regards to the news and trucking with a wide. And a lot of that stuff is coming up here in just a moment after we get our pledged national anthem and our bracing cup of Java from the Big J. Big J is going to be coming at you. But what is the best muscular part of your body?
Oh, fantastic. Let's go.
You know me, dude, so that's an easy one.
I have a veiny neck. I have a strong neck. God. My big toe, man.
Wait, you ready for this one? There was a time in my late 30s, Dre, and every dude listening knows, I restored myself to the royal fraternity of the man hip.
Okay, listen.
You're laughing because you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah.
Dude, I was so proud of it. I went to the swimming pool, and some guy I knew, he said, dude, man, welcome back. What? To the royal fraternity of the man hip.
Yeah, give me that man hip. Well, look, Jim wants to know that. I want to know, what's some world records you think you could do?
That's a good one, too, man.
Yeah.
That's some quality stuff. Let me give you a couple more that he actually broke. And the fastest 50 meters backwards wearing swim fins. 8.82 seconds. Man, I'm telling you, you're making those kind of calls, you are living in the high country. That's a serious dude, man. I mean, it's funny and it's weird, but Christian Roberto Lopez Rodriguez is a serious dude. He just happens to be serious about some really silly shinola, man.
That's a serious name.
That's a serious name, absolutely. I mean, the only person whose name is cooler than that, you ever heard of the famous Italian actor? He played the original Django. Jamie Foxx was Django.
Yeah.
But the original Django was not a slave. It's just a guy named Django from the spaghetti westerns, played by Franco Nero.
I did not know that. Ooh.
That's a great name, huh?
Yeah,
Franco Nero.
Because oh boy with the records, he sounds like a love interest in a Spanish movie, or like I can usually say it. What's their soap opera? It's difficult to say, but it's fun to say if you can remember.
I don't know it.
Telenovela or something like that.
Oh, telenovela.
Yeah, that's fun to say.
Check out the telenovela on Telemundo.
Yeah. All right, go on.
Go on. It's pretty good stuff, by the way. No, I'm hold on a second. I'm actually going to find out because Franco Nero, the famous actor who's married to Vanessa Redgrave, and by the way, he played Lancelot in Camelot.
Oh, okay.
Both on stage and in the Richard Harris movie. So Franco Nero.
I was a huge Antonio Banderas fan as a kid because Zorro came out in the 90s.
Great name.
Dude.
Great name. Antonio Banderas.
Oh,
Franco Nero. By the way, you know who's got one of the best baseball names of all time? New York Yankee Giancarlo Stanton. That's good stuff, man. If you can combine something Spanish with something Irish or something, Anglo-Saxon, it tends to sound really, really good.
I never thought about that.
Gustavo Fitzmaurice. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Sign
Come on,
me
that's
up.
that's pretty good. I mean, that's good stuff. Yeah, so Dre's question is, what Guinness Book of World Record do you think you could break? My question for the day. You called during Kevin Lindsay too. We're going to terrorize that poor man.
I can't wait to know what he says.
Well, we want to know what your most muscular body part is. Keep it fair. Keep it decent. Keep it family. But, it's good stuff. Okay, so Franco Nero's full name is, oh my God. Oh my God, you ready?
How many middle names?
No, it's Francisco Clemente Giuseppe Sparanero.
Whoo!
I mean, come on, man.
That's like, you ever seen Spy Kids whenever they have to get into the, whatchamacallit, they had to get into the secret cabin and they had to say their full name? They're like, come on. And they say it and it's like 12 middle names.
Francisco Clemente Giuseppe Sparanero.
That's what I'm talking about. Mine's Nathaniel.
But here's what's so cool about it. If you're going to shorten it, what's wrong with that?
It's not
Andre
fun.
Nathaniel Thibodeau.
I sound like I should be good with wiring up your modem.
No, dude, that's an awesome name. Andre Nathaniel Thibodeau.
Madison, what's your middle name? Gail. Yo, that's better. That's straight to the point, Gail.
Gail.
Listen here, Gail.
I got veins in my neck. My name's Gail.
It's my Nana's name.
Oh, we love you, Nana.
We love you, Nana.
Love
we
you,
love
Gail.
By the way, big happy birthday wish to our good friend Trucker's Voices. Well done. By the way, our good friend Trucker Boaston says, one Pablo Villalobos Ramirez. There you go. There's a good one.
Villalobos.
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 Villarubia is the guy that owns this building, by the way.
Dude, that's a fun name.
That's a great name. Well, there's a really great joke in New Orleans about they have all these Italian names that are all. There's nothing better than a 3-syllable Italian last name, Tarantino.
Speaking of like strong
Veins
parts
in
of your
your
body,
neck.
veins in your neck, dude. Seeing David before I left the other day in short shorts. That dude's got some legs.
Yeah, I know. He's like, he's got the big pouch, but he's like got some
Bam! Bam!
I mean, I'm telling you, Dre, what's your most muscular part of your body?
Dude, I think it's my neck, man. I got that strong, long neck, but
You got a good neck, dude. But I'm gonna tell you.
am I
right
too
now,
loud?
I
Yeah, I'm
think-
hitting those. I'm hitting.
I think you got some pecs going on, dude.
What you think, Madison? What's is
You
it?
got some biceps.
I don't know. Maybe my hand.
I think it's your legs.
It's my legs. Oh,
legs.
yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Madison? What's your strongest part? Yeah, it's her legs.
Definitely my legs.
And that yours are your legs too.
My legs. Mine used to not be my legs.
Dude,
Yeah.
dude, I'm sorry. I was not ready to see her calves. That
I'm
thing's
telling you,
ridiculous.
man. Calves of steel, dude. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah. Ooh, Tara. I want to know. Oh, Tara's probably gonna say her legs.
Oh,
too.
everybody's going to say their legs, man. And it's like there was a time though when I was a member of the Royal Fraternity of the Man Hip.
Get back there,
I got to get back there, man. It's calling me.
man. You think Lindsay's gonna say her vocal cords?
She might.
Yeah.
I mean, she is the mouth that roared.
She's a strong chick though, in general.
Well, you know what I have, and I think you'd agree with me. I've got old man strength.
yeah, that's Dave. Dave's got
Old
Dave's
man
definitely
strength.
got
Oh,
some
I'm
old
telling
man
you,
strength.
dude. Everybody's like, "Oh, Dave's so cute. What a sweet little old man." Then he goes to the pool, and it's like, "What's going on, dude?"
Dude, he will build something and manhandle that equipment. Like I saw him pick up
dude.
a chair with
He'll
a
strip
bare-
down to his tidy whities and push the car up the road, man.
All right, let's get on to the Pledge of National
All right,
Anthem.
so let's take a moment of reflection here, guys. We'll come back. We'll actually merge into traffic with the news, a whole bunch of other groovy stuff. But first, let's just take a moment here to contemplate the great wonders of our country, and then have Pastor John of Bennett Trucking give us a bracing cup of Javarino.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday, 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 Tuesday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, I hope you're having an awesome, awesome morning. Pray that you and that load get to where you're trying to go safely. Got something I want you to think about. It's found in Colossians 3:16. It says, let the word of Christ dwell in you richly, teaching and admonishing one another in all wisdom. Watch this. Singing psalms and hymns and spiritual songs with thankfulness in your hearts to God. Now, I've read that so many times. I mean, seriously, I've read that several times, and I missed that. I missed the fact that I'm not singing psalms and hymns and spiritual songs to people. I'm singing these psalms to God in my heart. See, we got to get out of trying to please people, because I think what is happening is the more we try and please people, the more distance we put between us and God. And I think once we start pleasing God, then people will come. Something to think about. Love you, and hang on in there.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
You talk about it and they will come on Tuesday.
Tuesday. It's Tuesday, by the way. It is Tuesday, the 9th of September. Try to remember the 9th of September. La, 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 la. That's from the Fantastics, by the way, guys, in case you didn't know that. By the way, Tara points out that Dre's hair is the strongest part of his body for sure. Our good friend Trucker Bosun says that Dave is the real-life Master Roshi. If you know, you know.
Dude, yeah.
Nicely done, huh? By the way, the Paranormal Pie Man's full name is Paranormal Pie Man. He wanted to let us all know that. I saw a picture of him the other day. He had a hat on, driving his truck, his little trucker cap. Guess what it had on it?
Paranormal Pie Man.
Well, no, it didn't have that.
Oh.
It had on a road gang pin.
Oh, we have those.
Representing, by the way. This is Road Gang Radio, guys, by the way. We do have a full docket this morning. Kevin Lindsay is going to be here. We're going to be covering some more ground that we have covered before, but kind of catching up to speed on maintenance matters. It's another edition of Reeves Across America's Trucking Tributes. Dr. Don Lloyd Jones, another great name, Don Lloyd Jones, DLJ. The DLJ is going to be dropping in to drop your cholesterol on Highway to Health. And then, of course, we make that living, but then we got to get a life. Lindsay's making room for our final guest today by bumping up country and western music news, where she'll talk about the VMAs, the CMAs. George, straight out of the box. See what I did there? It actually relates to what she's going to talk about. The passing of a legend and 55 years of asleep at the wheel. I'm talking about the kind that keeps you awake, guys. Asleep at the Wheel is what you'll be talking about. And then film producer Patrick Mulhern is going to drop in to discuss the benefits of making movies in Louisiana. Or as our good friend Mark Knopfler says, she's making movies on location. She don't know what it means. I don't know if you ever heard that song, Madison, Skate Away. What's the great, you know the song, Dre? And she plays rock and roll on the rock and roll station. with the rock and roll dream. She's making movies
Oh,
on
yes.
location.
Yeah.
She don't know what it means, and the music maker wants to hear. You get the idea.
Yeah.
Lindsay's not here.
Yeah, it's not copyright infringement if we sing it, right?
No, absolutely
Okay,
not.
cool.
We'll get a chance to write our wrongly missed chance to talk to legendary photographer Stacey Huckabee on the final half hour of Road Gang Radio. I'm very, very excited about that. Lots of stuff coming your way. It's a full docket. In between, by the way, talking with Patrick Mulhern and Stacey Huckabee, we'll be talking to Gerda Keller, author of The Last Extinction. And if you check out the video that Dre and Madison made, you will see that Dre is the new Godzilla, and he crushes me. I crush you. I crush you. I crush you. Yeah. Dre, by the way, do me a favor. Let's merge this whole operation into some trucking news, shall we? Can you do that for me?
I sure can.
Road Gang Radio continues here on RadioNemo.com. Really pleased to be here. This is Jimmy Mack doing a very bad impersonation of Dan Ronan. Canada's merchandise trade deficit narrowed by more than expected as the country's exports show signs of a slow rebound from the shock of U.S. tariffs. The country's trade shortfall with the world was $4.9 billion. That's $3.5 billion in American dollars in July, according to Statistics Canada data released September 4th. That's slightly smaller than the median projection of $5.3 billion deficit in a Bloomberg survey of economists. We switch over to our friends at Landline. Mark Schwimmer's got himself a story. Here is a quote from the former Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo. She, of course, was the Commerce Secretary in the Biden administration. It doesn't take a lot of imagination to think how a foreign government with access to connected vehicles could pose a serious risk to both our national security and the personal privacy of U.S. citizens. That's a quote from Mark Schwimmer's story in Landline today. The U.S. Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security could soon address a national security threat that was previously deemed already grave. In January, the agency issued a final rule that prohibits the importation and sale of connected vehicle technology from China and Russia. The rule was aimed to protect national security as foreign adversaries, quote unquote, could use the tech to gain access to a vehicle or to gather personal information. Tara's got a lot of content she's gonna be posting over the next couple of days. A lot of it is already up there. Ben Wilkins was on the show yesterday, and that's a conversation worth having in regards to your cybersecurity. Dave made an excellent point on Nemo Nation. He talked about the idea that when a lot of cybersecurity situations began, it was all about the trucks. It was all about the trucks, and it was about what was going on the docks, the shippers and the receivers, blah, blah, blah. Cybersecurity, much like Truckers Against Trafficking, has expanded its mandate because there are so many entry points in there. There's so many ways to get inside that truck, and if you can get inside the truck and get into the ELD, get into the GPS, get into the truck itself, you really can start futzing with the supply chain overall. Phone calls always come here, and we prioritize them. Who do I got on the phone, Phone Master Dre?
Backrat.
Backrat is here. Holy moly, we were thinking about you on Sunday night. What's going on?
Football.
Oh, man, what a game, what a game.
Holy, how about this? How about back-to-back, like, what the hell just happened games? Sunday night was a barn burner, and then last night, literally, the Bears completely have the Vikings on the ropes. Skol, by the way, Vikings. And then J.B. McCarthy decides that he's going to become the reincarnation of Joe Montana. 21 points in the fourth quarter.
I went to bed early last night, so I didn't catch the last of the game, the rest of the game. I should have stayed up for it.
It was madness, dude. It was absolute madness. The kid throws a pick six. It's 17-6, and you think, here we go. And the Bears are moving, and you think that's the ball game right there. And then you turn around, and in the blink of an eye, this kid, somebody made a good point that he throws that pick six, and rather than it ruining him, it was almost like he said, well, that's the worst thing that could happen. And then went out and won the football game. He ran for a touchdown and threw for two touchdowns in the fourth quarter. Unbelievable.
I'm gonna have to look up the highlights to that game. But did you see the when Derrick Henry got that touchdown? You remember when the missed sack, and then the next play Henry runs it in. Did you see the people leaving the stadium?
Oh yeah. It was madness, dude. But I mean, in what?
Thousands of them.
But in what universe did anybody have Derrick Henry doing his best Ernest Biner impersonation on their bingo card?
Oh, I was thinking that too.
Oh my
I was
God,
thinking that too. Yeah.
Derrick Henry plays the game of his life, phone master Dre, and in the blink of an eye, he fumbles the ball with less than 5 minutes to go. And I kid you not, Pack-Rat, I left my brother's house with 6-7 minutes in the game left, with the Bills down 15 and no chance of winning the thing. I walked into my dad's house and I'm like, so did Baltimore finally win this? And he looks at me and he goes, sit down. We're not done yet. And I mean, when I tell you, he threw a dime, dude. He threw a dime on the up and out. It was like basically somebody turned to Josh Allen and went, hey, Josh, if you wouldn't mind, can you go into a phone booth and put that cape on? I mean, that's what happened. There's no other way to describe it, dude. It was like an amazing 4.5 minutes of football. You watched all of that, didn't you?
There was one. Yeah. I watched it all. Yeah, I was watching it on my tablet at a service plaza, the food court there. It's a good thing there was nobody there. They said, "Who is this crazy idiot over here?"
Oh my God!
There was one bad coaching decision that people are talking about. Harbaugh was, and near the end of the game, there, he's 4th and 3-ish, and they're saying the pundits are saying he should have went for it.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. They kept Allen in check. I don't know about that. That's the kind of stuff. I think the bigger mistake was not tackling the Bills receiver when they should have let him run in the end zone at the end of the game.
Or they should. Oh, that would give him time on the clock.
Yeah, that would have given him a chance to win the game. You let him score because they're going to kick the field goal at that point. Do you really want to think you're not going to, you're going to miss that field goal from that place? I mean, that's what it came down to. That was cool. All right, Pack-Rat, you got to go because I got to do one more story before I hit this break. But brother, I was so disappointed you didn't call yesterday. But you know what, dude? We saw it, and everybody in Orchard Park who stayed. And it's a great reminder: if you spend that much money on season tickets or on the opening day, stay till the end of the game. Unless your team is down by 5 touchdowns with 3 minutes to go. Get out of here, Pack-Rat. Love you. All the best.
Hey, all the best, Jimmy Back.
By the way, guys, over at CDL Life, there's a truck driver who claims he's never had one good day in his life over a 35-year trucking career in a video that is nothing short of heartbreaking. I would really send you over there to look at that video. Would love to get a conversation this week going on about why people stick around in this industry. Sometimes they don't have any choice. And that's an ungroovy thing. Our good friend Kevin Lindsay is going to be arriving on the scene here in just a minute. Oh, wait, he is on the scene. Yep. I want you to go to truckdown.com. You got to get up and truck down. They've been doing this since 97. 50 states, 8 provinces, including Alaska, and that long road from, Washington to Alaska goes through Canada. We'll be right back. It's Road Gang Radio.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out. And maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
And hit that subscribe button and join us at Fastport Studios. Jimmy Mack, take us away.
Yeah, join us at Fastport Studios, man. They do it through technology, they do it through recruiting, they do it through workforce measures, they do it through people. Go to fastport.com or go to nationalapprenticeship.org and find out more about what they do. I got to talk to Lindsay about it today. We have an opportunity next week to head over to Columbus and Chillicothe and join them for the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards over there that starts our long march over to join our friends at Reeds Across America in Arlington, because that's also where Fastport has its Vet Ready Summit. Looking forward to that journey. Going to be a lot of fun. A lot of things have changed around here. One thing that hasn't changed is our commitment to getting out there and meeting the folks and letting you know what else is going on. Speaking of getting out there, you can't get out there if you're going to break down. Just not going to happen. But before I actually get into what Kevin, Lindsay, and I are going to be talking about today, you know, Dre, you asked the question, and I think it needs to be asked of Kevin, Lindsay as well. So I don't know if you know this, Kevin, and you guys know who Kevin is. He's the manager of technical service at Travel Centers of America. This crazy Spanish guy who is a serial Guinness Book of World record breaker set the record, broke his own record for running backwards in high heels. Insane. What Dre asked me, though, was, is there any record that I would like to just either invent or know somebody has? Like, I mean, Tom Cruise, I don't know if you know this, holds the record for the most times jumping out of an airplane with the parachute on fire.
Nice.
And he broke some other guy's record. Can you imagine the guy being like, can Tom Cruise not have this record? I mean, he has everything else. Why can't I have my flaming parachute record? Good morning, Kevin. How are you, man?
I'm all right, as long as I'm not jumping out of an airplane with a parachute on fire.
Oh, come on.
I mean, it's crazy. You watch that movie, you watch the movie that he made to do it, and it's like you see him jump out of the airplane and you realize there's a crew of people with parachutes on who are jumping out the plane at the same time, filming him with a parachute on fire. So if you think maintenance matters in what we do, that's when maintenance really matters, because the second parachute needs to work. It absolutely
better work. It better work. Right?
Oh my God! Because if it doesn't, you are in what they would say deep doo-doo. Okay, that's enough of me making fun of Tom Cruise and picking on you. Oh, I do have a question for you. It's my question of the day. Where are you most in shape? I think is the proper way to ask that question. Like, is it your legs, your shoulders, your back? What is one part as we get older that, like, you're not worried about, like, falling apart on you? I mean, like, Dave Nemo's got great arms. He's got great guns. What about you?
I don't know. I don't know what I would say.
Well, think about
it. But honestly, I would say probably my arms, and you know, maybe that has something to do with the old drummer in me as well. So.
Oh, I thought you were going to say your brain, Kevin.
Actually, I was.
But he's a modest man.
Yeah.
He's a modest man.
Well, I do a lot of puzzles and stuff. You know, when I first wake up in the morning, that's actually what I do is I pick up a tablet and my phone and I do some puzzles to get my brain stimulated. So
it's really kind of crazy, Kevin. My dad's dad, towards the end of his life in his mid-80s, got dementia, and they were all kind of surprised that it arrived so late. And what the doctor said, he goes, it should have arrived earlier. He said, but your father was a serial crossword puzzler. Serial. I mean, did it all the time. And he said, I won't lie to you. He said, I really think that it held a genetic condition at bay a lot longer than it should have. that he loved them so much. And that, by the way, is a lot of people don't realize this, that people get told if you're going to be a regular video game player, play the puzzle games. They tell people play the puzzle games, do crossword puzzles, play Sudoku. Today's National Sudoku Day. Another bizarre piece of information for you. Enjoy that. But yeah, all that stuff is important. It's important.
I think it is. I really do. And you know what's funny about it, as I do those puzzles and stuff in the morning, they actually help me knowing things I left on the table from yesterday, where I was asked about this problem or that problem with the truck, and it's almost like putting that piece of puzzle together. You know, it's what I do all day, every day. It feels like, but I guess that's one reason I kind of do that. So it gets my brain jump started into that mode of, hey, you got to figure this out. So.
My mom was noticing that she would come downstairs in the morning and my dad would always be on his phone, and she's like, you know, I really worry about you being on that phone. She thought he was doom scrolling. She gets over and she realizes he is a chronic Scrabble player on his phone. And
really?
She saw that and she went, never mind, keep on doing that. She said, there's a reason why at 82 years old you're still sharp as a tack. Never mind. You do you make it happen. But people don't realize that the idea of, I'm telling you, if you take a brisk 20-minute walk to wake up in the morning and then come home and over your coffee, take the time to do the crosswords, that is not, neither one of those two things is wasting time as you get older. That is actually making more time. You know, you waste time to create more time in your life. Okay, so we were talking about last time you and I met with other people, 9 of the top 10 fault codes that we see in shops are after treatment related. And you thought that maybe we should revisit that, correct?
I did. I kind of felt like, I know we hit on basically all the content that you know I'd shared with you and everything, but I got to thinking about it, and I was like, you know, there's so much that's going on out there, you know, even right now, and not that I get into the politics of EPA requirements and all that stuff, but there was a article recently that I read that kind of I don't know what's a good word, irked me a little bit, because the title of it was that the EPA is going to curb DEF shutdowns in both new and existing trucks, something like that. I can't remember, but I'm like, well, wait a minute, DEF don't shut down the engine as it is now anyway. It limits you to 5 miles an hour, and you may not be able to go very far above the 600 RPMs or something for idle purposes, but it don't shut them down, because that's one of the key things I've always told technicians and drivers over the years since the SCR systems came out. I said, you know, the SCR system in most cases is not going to shut it down. It'll derate it. It'll derate the snot out of it, you know, to where you can only crawl around in first gear, you know. But it won't shut the engine down. I mean, you may as well be shut down if all you got's granny gear, right? So, but I wanted to make sure that everyone really understood that it really, you know, that's one way of telling what type of issue you have. Because if that check engine, stop engine light hasn't come on, and it actually physically shut the engine off, you know, kill the engine, yeah, at idle, then it most likely the issue you have is SCR related. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. If in fact it's shutting down, then yeah, I mean, if it in fact is shutting down, then there's a real problem, and it's not just, you know, I mean, What I didn't like I said, I mean, because, and like I said, I know it's hyperbolic, and I know a lot of people, as you said, this is really important, because I might as well be shut down while being metaphorically correct is not technically true, because what's happening there is it's preventing you from having catastrophic maintenance failure, whereas shutting down is catastrophic maintenance failure. Correct? Did I get that right?
Exactly, and that's, you know, I'm a technical guy, so it really irks me a little bit when I see people smart people kind of not necessarily get things wrong, but that can be misleading to those that may not know and may not understand, and I've never thought that was fair, to try to not intentionally misleading anyone, but that's just the way people think, but being a technical guy, I get a little hung up on certain things.
No, and by the way, Kevin, it's a really great point though, because the implication in the pitch, which they didn't need to make, what they could have said is it's the responsibility of the driver not to have this system shut them down so quickly, not to have this system drop them down to 5 miles an hour so quickly, to give them a little bit more maneuverability and leeway, as opposed to somehow letting the general public know there's a system inside this truck that's absolutely destroying trucks. That's not what's happening. And there is in the phraseology, I get where you're coming from. It's like, guys, the truth alone is bad enough. You can just tell people the truth and not somehow imply that we're blowing people's engines out here. I mean, you don't need to make up stuff that the federal government does that's stupid. It does enough stuff on its own without any help. I get where you're coming from.
Well, and you've got to have a law degree in order to read through some of the regulations and stuff, right? I mean,
who do you think writes them?
Some of these things so complex. It's like, they need to have someone that can actually really simplify that stuff and put everything in layman's terms for everybody.
Although I did have somebody once, just to kind of give everybody a heads up, why these things are so complexly written. They are written because they want to make sure that they are trying to prevent as much as they can different interpretations of statutes.
Yes. And that's what it is.
That's what it really is. But you do wish that there would be somebody who would show up and be like, okay, I'm going to explain this the best I can. You know what I'm saying?
And as someone who does some technical writing, I totally get that, because as you read back, because usually my first draft of anything that's technical that I'm writing, I kind of read back through it. But in my first draft, I'm like, well, all right, I said this away. That could be interpreted. That's not how I want to make sure it don't get interpreted the wrong way. Right. That it needs to be this way. So, yeah, I get that.
Yeah, but at the same time, like I said, I mean, somebody will tell people, it's like, it's in the bill, you've got to read it. But a lot of that is to prevent people from, playing games, saying, according to my interpretation of the law, ignorance is not a defense, but vagueness is.
But it is bliss, though.
Yeah. Oh my God, I got to tell you. Let's. One of the things we didn't really talk about, I would love you to kind of do this for me, is just kind of take us through. And we started this, but didn't kind of get through it. Talk about diesel exhaust fluid. I mean, everybody knows what DEF is, but really talk about what it is and some really crucial facts that people should know about it, because I think it does relate to the new edict from the federal government.
Well, and I agree 100%, because I can tell you one of the biggest things that I saw early on with DEF was that people really didn't understand it. I kind of alluded to a story that I got, from a driver about wanting to put, something in it to keep it from freezing. Don't. It's going to freeze around 12. Start freezing around 12 degrees. You can't stop that. But DEF itself, as it's manufactured, it's 67.5% automotive grade, or automotive grade urea, basically, that is kind of electrochemically combined with 32.5% deionized water. So when you really think about that, it takes a chemical reaction for them to combine those two components, right? To get that compound of DEF. But what I always tell people is you got to remember something. If it takes a chemical reaction to combine two components, it also takes a chemical reaction for them to separate. Now, one of the most common chemical reactions, and we don't think of it as a chemical reaction, but we deal with it every single day in the weather, is evaporation. So when you stop and think about that, if you've got these components that are, in a contained environment, like a DEF tank, like a DEF storage tank, if it sets like this time of year out in the sun or something like that, and it heats up during the day, what happens at night? Well, let's say that tank is half full, right? If it only has half of its capacity in that tank, well, at night, everything cools down, well, it heated that DEF liquid up inside that tank. Well, with heat transfer, it always works this way, but heat always moves from hot to cold, right? That's just the direction of flow. So really what happens is as the heat moves out of that tank, you will get some evaporation because the heat can move out, but the liquid can't, right? So what happens is as it goes out, the inside of that tank will sweat. Well, as it passes through that plastic container, whatever type of material it's in, as the heat passes through it, from the air, just the half air that's in it, well, there's going to be moisture in that air. Well, that moisture is going to collect on the side of that tank and run down, and it's going to mix with that already 32.5% deionized water that's combined to make that DEF. So now you've got more like, as that happens maybe one time with a half a tank, let's say, you may have now 33% water. The next day it may be 33.5. So next thing you know, it can get diluted by itself over time like that, just from heating up, cooling down in a closed container. So I think that's something, a lot of people don't think about, and can that happen while it's on the truck? Well, sure it can. But most of the time it's cycling and moving, through the truck, right? It's being pumped out as the truck's running. And of course it heats up and cools down as well. But it's got, over time, that can affect it. So, if you don't operate the truck that much and you're not constantly refilling the DEF tank and stuff like that, you can get, I don't know, for lack of a better term, I'll just say stale DEF, where it may be slightly diluted or something like that. So
let me ask you a question, and this is, I don't know the answer. This isn't like I know what the answer is going to be. So, okay, so DEF in regards to at least smaller quantities appears as clear.
Yes.
Given what we're talking about here, as that dilution occurs, are we talking about, usually, in the case of oil, in the case of a lot of other kind of, fluids that move through your truck, liquids that move through your truck, a lot of stuff gets thicker. Does DEF get thinner?
It can, right? If it gets, if it does get diluted like that, watered down. The other thing that can happen if it's open like that, that heat could go out through an opening, escaping, which is actually going to create some evaporation, which now you could end up with a higher amount of the urea side of that in there, which means now it's over concentrated, which I'm not going to say is thicker, but in a sense, right?
Yeah.
So it could work either way, just depending on how it's been stored and everything, right?
So in regards to the what's not right moment, if you have too much deionized water, what are the implications as opposed to having too much urea electrochemically combined with deionized water? What if you have too much urea?
I used to do a little experiment I would play with when this stuff first came out with, and I was teaching classes and trying to show technicians and mechanics how this stuff works. But I would take a cup and fill it about like a styrofoam cup, like a styrofoam coffee cup, small, whatever those are, like 10 ounces or whatever. But I would fill it about halfway up with DEF, and I would just set it on my windowsill in my training room for 3 or 4 weeks. Well, this stuff would evaporate and it becomes this white crystal. And I'm sure everyone saw that, some of the stuff I sent you had a picture of some of that as it cakes up around there when you see DEF leaks and different things like that. It'll turn to this white crystal looking stuff. And it kind of crawls and creeps out of that cup. Well, what I used to do is I would have different bottles. I'd have a good bottle of DEF that tests perfectly, have another one of water and like household ammonia, so it smelled like DEF, but it don't test like DEF. I'm just trying to show people how to properly test it, right? Well, one of the other ones I would do is I would take water, and then I would take that where that DEF is crystallized and just put it back into like a bottle of water, shake it up to dissolve it. So now it's dissolved in it, and I could get a perfect reading out of it. But it's only dissolved in it. It's not chemically combined. So what happens since it's dissolved in it, it's just suspended in the water. So when that water, if you stop and think about that from kind of a chemistry standpoint, what happens to water when it hits 900 degree air? It's going to immediately evaporate. Right?
Oh yeah, gone.
So then that white crystal that I dissolved in it just falls right out, and it starts plugging up, where that DEF's being injected into that exhaust stream. So the water just evaporates. So you got a lot of water vapor coming out of the exhaust stack, but at the same time on the inside, you got crystallized DEF just building up, right? So now it starts messing with the airflow. So now, even if you correct it, the airflow is messed up. So you may not get that good mixture, so that it's not quite as efficient as it should be. And I think that's some of the things that mislead people when they have some of these long-term issues, repeated issues with the DEF system, with the SCR side of the system,
That, by the way,
things like that have happened at times. So.
That, by the way, leads to the title of this segment, the ongoing title. What is the maintenance solution? Not what is the I screwed myself. And by the way, as we said, if you drop down to 5 miles an hour, you have not screwed yourself. I got it. This is it. If in fact you slow down to 5 miles an hour, you have massively inconvenienced yourself. If you actually shut down, you have screwed yourself. That's kind of a good way to look at it. So how do we make sure, other than like realizing that when we slow down to 5 miles an hour, that maybe we should probably get this taken care of? What is the maintenance solution here? I mean, like I said, not just avoiding, not just kind of cycling this through and kind of changing it over, but genuinely avoiding stuff like crystals, because all of that stuff can end up being death by 1,000 cuts. Kevin,
yeah.
If I get this wrong, please tell me, but it just seems to me that there's a lot of stuff that can begin to accumulate, even if you're doing the simple stuff like kind of doing basic maintenance when it comes to this stuff. What are the bigger solutions here?
Well, I think, first of all, you got to understand DEF. It does have a shelf life, okay? So it really is going to depend on where you're getting your supply of DEF from. If you're an owner operator, hey, you walk into some dime store, dollar store, whatever you want to call them nowadays, and they have a big display of DEF and it's on sale and it's cheaper than, hey, I'm gonna buy 4 or 5 of these 2.5 gallon jugs or whatever and go fill my truck up with this. Well, there is a date code on it, and it may not be as simple as, hey, this expires, blah blah blah. It'll just have a series of numbers, but somewhere on that package is a phone number to call the manufacturer and give them that code, and they can tell you when it expires. But what you got to remember is, has it been stored above 86 degrees for any extended period of time, in a trailer sitting on a lot somewhere in Arizona, for more than 8 hours, and it's 118 degrees outside. Well, it's 118 inside of there. So guess what? That shelf life just deteriorated some. So, those are things that I think kind of get overlooked, but that's because I think a lot of people don't realize that the actual DEF does have a shelf life, So one thing to keep in mind that typically as it's usually good for a year, below 86 degrees, and as long as it's not stored in direct sunlight, because direct sunlight will affect that as well. So just because of that whole evaporation thing I'm talking about. So. But once it's stored above 95 degrees, that can actually decrease the shelf life to about 6 months is all it's good for. So, it's good to have those extra ones that you have underneath the bunk of the truck, in case you run out going down the road. I get that, but, use those, use them for an emergency, but remember when you got them and don't just pull it out, 2 years later and pour it in there, expect everything to work fine.
Yeah, it ain't
You
like
can
having
create your own
an
problem.
air conditioned filter in your house where that thing's got a shelf life of 1,000 years and a radioactive half life of like 50,000 years. This is something a little bit different. I mean, it's basically it's down to food cans. Please check the can and the expiration date. I mean, figure out how long you got. I mean, if you're going to get that stuff, make sure that anything you're putting in your cab you intend on using sooner rather than later, and putting it in a position where you're going to maximize how long it can live. That's really kind of a crucial thing too. All right, so that's part of it as well. But I keep on kind of going back to the idea too that how do we prevent the death by 1,000 cuts? Not only to make sure that we've got the best stuff in our truck, but also making sure that the kind of daily maintenance of it, getting the other stuff out of there. You mentioned the crystals as well and the blockage and all that kind of stuff. You can change stuff over as much as you like. If there's stuff that's actually blocking stuff up, it doesn't make any difference, right?
No, exactly, right? I mean, it really don't. You just got to pay attention, right? Understand the ins and outs of what can cause some issues and just kind of pay attention to it. I don't mean to try to oversimplify some of this stuff, but the reality of it is it's not necessarily that complicated. I mean, I'm just an old hillbilly, and if I've gotten myself to understand it over the years. So I figure if I can, most anybody should be able to.
By the way, that's not a bad selling point, by the way. I figure if I can explain this and I actually understand it, there's no reason why you can't grasp the basic concept. That's what I put my faith in half the time, by the way. And, I did mention air filters, by the way, and I want to touch on this very, very quickly because we've only got about a minute left here. But, sometimes it's simple. We go back to the pre-trip inspection, too. Just a couple of things to look at. Just make sure that stuff is where it needs to be or doesn't look like it's where it doesn't need to be, and you should be good to go, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, you got to remember the whole goal of the entire after treatment system is really, clean air in, cleaner air out, right? So if you have dirty air coming in or restricted air coming in, it's harder for that engine to make it cleaner going out, right? So I could never emphasize enough how critical air filters truly are nowadays, compared to years past. But that's, and they're, I think I've mentioned this before, they're so much more expensive nowadays than they used to be. And I understand, maintenance costs and everything, but that's truly one of those things it's really, really critical not to cut corners and try to stretch those air filter intervals and stuff out too much.
Oh, I'm telling you right now, as an old HVAC guy on the simplest level, as a guy who actually works with HVAC, I can't tell you the number of customers we used to tell, would you just please change your filters? By the way, right? I have the final analogy for you. Slowing down to 5 miles an hour is 3 Mile Island. Shutting down is Chernobyl. That's the way to kind of think about it. That's the way to think about it.
Hey, I like that.
Because people all think that 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl were the same thing. 3 Mile Island was the system worked and systematically shut the system down and saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of Americans. The Russians didn't care about that kind of stuff, and so they just simply drove a core into the earth. Kevin Lindsay always gets to the core of the matter on maintenance matters. He joins us on Tuesday on a regular basis. Man, that went by fast. We had a lot left to talk about, my brother. Go be safe and sound out there. Have a great week, okay?
All right.
Thank you, Kevin Lindsay. He, of course, is the manager of technical services over at TA Petro. We'll be back on the other side with our friends from Reeds across America, and that, of course, means Truckin' Tributes. Lindsay's on her way, too. 1 hour now.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton. I love whenever I'm joined by a lady driver, and today that is the case on Trucking Tributes. I'm joined today by Lisa Flater, and she has been a member of our honor fleet now for 3 years. Lisa, welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm so psyched to be talking with you.
Well, thank you. I'm honored to be here.
Well, as we discussed before we got going on the air, that we've bumped into each other a couple of times over the last 3 years at the Driver's Lounge down in Columbia Falls, Maine, where you've been with us for 3 years. And I should explain to the listeners on Trucking Tributes today that Lisa is a professional driver with Leonard's Express. And she has the distinct honor of driving the U.S. Air Force veteran truck because, put it all together now, folks. I know you can do it. She is a United States Air Force veteran as well. Lisa, I'm really stoked to get speaking with you. I think I first want to let's unpack your military career first in terms of why the Air Force for Lisa.
Well, I had a discussion with my dad, and he says, okay, you got two choices. Okay. He goes, do you want to sleep in a bed or a foxhole? I said, well, of course a bed. He goes, okay, now you join the Air Force or the Navy. He goes, your choice. So I went Air Force.
Air Force. So how did you serve? When did you serve? And what was that experience like for you?
Oh, I loved it. I served from 1985 till 1990. I was stationed at a SAC base, which no longer exists. It's a Strategic Air Command. I was on a nuclear base for B-52s and that. So, and I did base operations, which controlled the whole flight line.
That seems like an enormous responsibility. How did that go down for you? Describe it for folks who are unfamiliar.
Oh, it was great. The B-52 bases, they had alert pads, and we had, we had a lot of transients that came in from different countries and that would come through our base. But it was tankers, KC-135s. We'd have KC-5s come in, which I got to ride on, which was pretty impressive to watch them refuel our B-52s in air. It was something I would not have changed for anything. I loved the military, but it just got to where I needed to get out. So, but I got out with honorable. So,
yeah,
it's a couple medals.
Oh, tell me about those medals.
Oh, it was your basic, good conduct. I got a couple of those, and your basic training, and I got an accommodation medal too.
Now, why did you want to serve? We figured out how you decided the Air Force as opposed to sleeping in a foxhole, but why did you even want to serve? Do you have a military background?
Well, a lot of my family served, and I needed to get out of Caldwell. I was going to get myself in trouble. So it was like, and it was the jobs that they had at the time. I was working at an onion factory packing plant, and I didn't want to do that the rest of my life. I tried college, and I had to work full time, and it just got to be too much. I couldn't do both. So I decided to follow in my family's footsteps and join the military, and I was the first woman to join the military in our family.
Wow, what an honor. That is really, really impressive. And thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts for your military service. You know now, in fact, how much that means to everyone at Wreaths Across America. Now, did you do any driving while you were in the Air Force at all, Lisa? Or how did your professional driving career actually get started?
Um, that's funny you asked that. When I was a kid, my sister and I would sneak into my dad's truck. He had it's a pickup. He had a CB in it. And we used to talk to the truckers when we were teenagers on the CB. And my sister and I would always go, we're going to grow up and be truck drivers. We're just going to have so much. Oh, we just were so enthused about it. It took me until I was 46, 47 before I decided to do it. And I should have been doing it all along. I kind of have a wandering soul, and it fits me perfect.
How so? What about the trucking industry and professional driving really gets you excited and getting you up every day to do it?
I enjoy the traveling. I mean, you get to see so many places. A lot of people don't leave their home states or even their hometowns. And you get to travel all over. You get to meet all kinds of people. I mean, it's interesting to see how different trucking, like trailers, you can do so much. I get bored really easy. So I can still drive and move from one trailer to a different trailer to a different, but still be driving.
That's really cool. I can relate to that, and I can see how for somebody who gets bored easily, the driving profession is super duper. Yeah, you're driving every day, but the visual is different, the places are different,
Mm-hmm.
cargo is different, all of that applies. So that's
Oh, yeah.
I love the bit of talking on the CB with the drivers. My stepdad used to have a CB too at home years and years ago, and I used to just love chatting with people on the CB. I guess that was destined to be my career in radio, right? So Lisa Flater is the professional driver I'm speaking with today on Trucking Tributes. We want to thank the folks at Radio Nemo for having us on the show this morning. And Lisa's a professional driver with Leonard's Express, and she's been driving as a member of the Wreaths Across America Honor Fleet for 3 years now. Lisa, we need to unpack that story for our listeners. How did you even hear about Wreaths Across America for the first time?
Well, this could get emotional. My friend Mason Edward Smith, who just passed away, I met him 4.5 years ago. He was one of the Leonard's drivers, and he was telling me about it, and I knew I had to be in it. I just knew it. So I talked and talked and talked to the company, and was like, how good would this be to have a woman veteran driver to be involved in this? And they were like, absolutely. They were so gracious to let me in on it, and that they let us participate in it. And I've been doing it ever since.
That is something. And yes, rest in peace. God bless Mason. Everybody knew Mason at the Driver's Lounge. We all absolutely loved him.
Yes.
His passing was, in fact, very difficult for all of us to face, and Godspeed to his friends and family, because we know that's still very, very raw. And Mason will, in fact, be missed down at the Truckers Lounge. And I got to tell you, I'll digress just a little bit, but what I loved the most about Mason was his passion for Wreaths Across America. And he always, as soon as I walked into that driver's lounge down in Columbia Falls, he would always say, hey, I've got an idea. I've got an idea. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to do this. And he also took such great pride in showing other new drivers around. He was the first one to step up to say, oh, you've got to go check out the National Museum. Oh, you've got to go
it's great.
Dog tags, the program. He would actually take people around the tipland. He became so familiar with our layout at Wreaths Across America that he would volunteer to drive other professional drivers around the tipland and show them how all of that works. So, in fact, rest in peace, Mason. We are certainly thinking about you and are going to miss you in 2025. So, what was your very first experience, Lisa, with Wreaths Across America? What did it feel like? What did you do?
Oh, I was scared to death because I went up there. I had to leave earlier than anybody else because my first one, I went to Idaho and did the Idaho ones. I did Twin Falls, Boise, Nampa Mountain Home. So, or Kuna, excuse me, Kuna, Idaho. And so I was kind of wasn't quite sure what I was supposed to do, and Mason didn't. I had to leave before Mason got there, so he kind of told me on the phone how it went. But I didn't hang out much in the lounge because I didn't know anybody, and I was just like really kind of off to myself, just kind of absorbing everything. I did go around and see everything. That museum is just, oh wow. And then the video they do of how it got started, I think it's important people see that and see how, you know, it's just something that's awesome. I take a lot of pride in doing it, and I do try to educate people. But then when the second year when I went up, Mason was up there, and he took me in and introduced me to people, and it was a whole different experience. Plus, I got to participate that year in Convoy, where I didn't get to participate the first year because we had snow coming in, and I had to go from Maine all the way to Idaho. So I needed to get there so I was on time, so they had time to prep for the services, so the ceremonies.
Yeah, we all know at this point that, sometimes about the only thing that Wreaths Across America cannot control when it comes to preparing and hauling those veterans wreaths for National Wreaths Across America Day is, in fact, the weather. And you never know when you come to Maine what you're going to get. In fact, the old adage here in the state of Maine is if you don't like the weather, wait a minute, because it's apt to change. So we've got that going for us. But Lisa, that sounds like such a great experience. Before we unpack any more for our listeners today on Trucking Tributes, Lisa, what was your first experience like with the volunteers on the ground when you took your load of veterans wreaths to Idaho?
Oh my gosh, it was an experience. Twin Falls wasn't expecting them. Didn't think they were going to get any till the next year. So I was a surprise. But the volunteers, oh my goodness, they put so much effort in, and they are so happy to do it, and they're so good to the truck drivers. It's if I ever have to hang up my keys, I will be going and doing this there, helping out at the cemeteries, and I will find some way to participate in this.
Oh, just gave me goosebumps, Lisa. That's so impressive. And, our volunteers, as we refer to them as our boots on the ground, mean so much to us, obviously, because they're patriotic Americans who are all stepping forward, standing up and saying, hey, we'll get involved. We'll start a participating location for Wreaths Across America, and we will make sure that the hometown heroes in our communities are honored with veterans wreaths in December. And it's amazing, Lisa, I got to tell you, as we're going into the season for 2025, we are already exceeding 5,000 participating locations in addition to Arlington National Cemetery, and we grow every day. So the secret is out, folks, on Trucking Tributes. We need trucks. We need a lot of trucks to get these veterans wreaths from point A, which is handmade in Maine, to whatever participating location throughout the country. And it's probably good to let folks know, Lisa, too, that we have 8 operating cross docks, if not more now, throughout the country. So if it's just too much for you as a driver or carrier company to come all the way to Maine to pick up the wreaths, you don't have to. We've got a solution for that. And all you need to do is reach out to the trucking division at Wreaths Across America and ask them how you can coordinate with them. Because as our director of transportation, Courtney George, is always saying, where there is a will, there is a way, and we will make it happen for anyone who wants to participate with us. You're listening to Trucking Tributes on RadioNemo. We want to thank them for having us on this morning. I'm your host, Susan Patton, and I'm speaking with Lisa Flater. She's been with us for 3 years now, a professional driver for Leonard's Express and a U.S. military Air Force veteran. So we thank her for that time as well, too. So Lisa, you said when you got up to Maine, first year you kind of hung back, but second year Mason said, none of this hanging back, Lisa. You've got to participate. What is the driver's lounge like for you? Describe that to folks who aren't familiar.
Oh, it's a whole bunch of drivers in there with the same cause, the same pride. Everybody visits. it feels like you're back in the military again. It's the common rivalry that you have there. I mean, you have the occasional little old thing about, hey, Marines versus the Air Force or whatever, but everybody's there for the same purpose. And you leave there feeling so good. It's such a positive environment. It is so refreshing in this day and age to have that positivity around you.
Really, really is. And so many of our professional drivers say that about the camaraderie and the positivity. I had one driver say, it's the only place I know of where you can get that many drivers all together in one place and nobody's bitching and complaining about anything.
That's true.
I had to laugh about that one. It's like, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one indeed. No, and that's right. And the driver's lounge, and with the Tyson Cook team there.
Oh, fantastic.
Oh my God, right? The last thing you could ever say, if you go hungry while you're with Wreaths Across America, it's your own damn fault because you are well fed.
Oh, and the food is so good. I mean, it's just like, wow. I always carry food in my truck. So I always, the first year I went up, I didn't know anything about this stuff. I mean, Mason tried to tell me some of it, but, it was like until you experienced it, you have no clue.
Yes, definitely well fed by the Tyson Cook team and Tyson. And they are so generous in their contribution to Wreaths Across America. And not only are they feeding all the volunteers that are coming and going, working for Wreaths Across America, but all of the professional drivers who are coming in. And then, by golly, they break it all down from the Truckers Lounge and then do our banquet and our send-off dinner. And it's like, holy Hannah, these folks can cook, and they are busy as one-armed paper hangers. It's amazing what they do for us there. So, Lisa, year 2, your first year in the convoy from Maine to Arlington National Cemetery. Tell me what your thoughts were.
Oh, I cried driving. It's going to make tears right now. To see the pride and the patriotism up there in Maine is like nothing I've ever seen before. I mean, you hear about different places, but to actually physically see it, it is emotional. And there's one gentleman that just brings you to tears, period. When you're going by his house, going down the convoy, he's still in his uniform and he's in his, 80s or 90s, it looks like, and salutes over a truck. It just brings tears to your eyes. As a woman, I don't know if the guys thought this, but as a woman, I was like, oh my gosh, he still spits in his uniform. How awesome, too. I mean, that sounds silly, but I mean, it was shocking.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And and believe me, our male drivers also say the same thing, and they are all
do they?
moved to tears by that symbolism of that man saluting. And, we've all talked about it on Trucking Tributes. And the other thing that impacts us sometimes is that widow who is standing outside by herself. And as we already mentioned, it could be any kind of weather, but they always wait for the convoy to come by, and she may be standing there with the shadow box and the flag. And that is as powerful an emotion for all of us involved as it is to see the droves and droves of school children on the sides of the roads waving their flags and holding up your thank you signs and so forth. So it really, really is impressive. Now, I am curious. I want to step back just a minute, Lisa. When you mentioned that you're driving for Leonard's Express and you've got the U.S. Air Force trailer, was there any special ceremony or any, way that they presented that to you or anything, or decided that that's the trailer that you'd be hauling?
It's kind of a sad story. Keith Buchanan used to have that truck, and he got ill and had to resign. And then they were looking for somebody else, and they went, she's Air Force. So when I got it, I had to hurry up and change from one truck to the other so that I could take it up to Maine with me. So there wasn't really a ceremony, but it had already had a ceremony. So it still had been honored already, the truck had. But Keith Buchanan is a good guy. And he was very proud to do that and very proud of that truck. And I get it too. And I take it on with the same honor he did. It's just
Sorry?
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead.
No, so I was going to say, as a professional driver with Leonard's Express, we're always telling folks on Trucking Tributes that we need trucks. And, I'm sure some folks are listening to the show and thinking, do I want to get involved? What would your message be to those folks that might be sitting on the fence a little bit?
Oh, it is something that is an honor. It is a good cause. I highly recommend it. If you can do it, do it.
Yeah.
It's an experience you will never forget and you will never stop doing once you do it.
We say it all the time at Wreaths Across America, but I love it when our professional drivers say it. Everybody gets a little skeptical, say, well, you work for Wreaths Across America, you're supposed to say that. Yeah, well, that's probably true. But we're not twisting any arms of our professional drivers. They're saying it too, that they say that this load of veterans wreaths is the most important cargo that they haul in their careers. And if that isn't a statement of support, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. So you're trucking down the road with the convoy, the escort to Arlington. What would you say, Lisa, or can you say, what was your favorite part about the whole experience?
The kids love to hear the horns blow, but I think going underneath the flag that's on the fireman's, I think, isn't it the fireman's like crane there?
Oh yeah.
When you go underneath there, it's heart-wrenching that it's hard to explain. It just brings a lot of pride knowing that places like that honor our military, and I love doing that.
Yeah, for those who are not familiar, those who may not have seen the visuals, and we always have to assume that there are those folks listening today that are not entirely familiar with the process or the visuals. Typically speaking, many, many, many fire departments will extend the American flag between two ladder trucks, and we refer to it as the flag arch. So as we come into communities, then the escort is driving under that American flag that the fire departments have put up as a flag arch for folks to come through. And it really is impressive. I don't know about you, Lisa, too. The other thing that just gets me every single time, and I've been doing this for years now, and it still is brand new, when you see all of the fire department personnel and first responders on the overpasses. And they're standing at salute and they've got their apparatus out there on the overpasses, and many of them are in uniform and full turnout gear, and they are saluting as we go under these overpasses. By golly, that one gets me every time. I don't know about you.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things that get to me. The people on the side of the road. I mean, it's freezing cold, and they're out there still watching all the trucks, and to have that many trucks at one time going down one road is impressive all itself.
Yeah, it really, really is. So we get to Arlington, and then it's a game changer there too. Describe for folks, again, unfamiliar with the process, what you have to do at that point.
Well, I don't do Arlington. So I now do, in the last 2 years, I have done Pensacola Naval Air Base down there, and I work with the volunteers down there. Buster, who is Mort's nephew, he runs the show down there. William and Amy, those are my coordinators down there, and they are always so great. Oh my gosh. You have to, once you get down there, you park it it's like a VFW down there. And then you have to have an escort onto the base. You get your pass, and then you go to the cemetery itself, and you move from section to section, and we unload. And it is such an organized, I mean, they've got so many, because it's a national cemetery down there with, at the naval base. I think they said there was, don't quote me on this, it's over like 9,000 veterans that are buried there.
Wow.
It is impressive to go in there. It looks like Arlington though, by the stones that are on there. They're all the same. and that. But the group of volunteers that they get to unload me are, oh my goodness, they choose the recruits that are in technical school, and they bring them all over. And it's funny because I'm the only Air Force person on the base. And when it's time, when we're done, I have everybody get in front of my truck that says Air Force written all over it. And I say, you all will smile and say the Air Force is great.
Little intimidation there, don't you think?
Well, it's like these guys are recruits because they're so young and new. They don't understand totally what they're doing, and you're trying to explain to them what this means. And it's like later on in your career, you will understand this so much better.
Yeah.
You know,
Very
but they do good work.
Very true. Well, and thank you for correcting me. And I'll clarify for our listeners on Trucking Tributes. I'm speaking with Lisa Flater, by the way. She is a professional driver with Leonard's Express and a U.S. Air Force veteran, as she made quite clear just moments ago. But I do want to clarify, and thank you for correcting me on that, Lisa, that she does take off with the annual wreath escort from Maine. But when it comes time, she peels off and does not make the entire trek down to Arlington like so many of the trucks do. And that's what happens, and that's the way we do it. So if you are up in Maine, you've got your truck loaded, you're able to hang tight and take off with the full escort. That's what is amazing. And then you peel off where you need to get your wreaths to your destination. And that's what makes the escort leaving from Maine so darned impressive, because the escort, the full escort going down, 12 or 13 trucks and our law enforcement, our Patriot Guard riders and our wrapped vehicles from Chevy and all that. But when we leave Maine, gosh, we're in excess of 60, 70 tractor trailers. And it is a sight to behold, without a doubt, a sight to behold. So it was really incredible. And thank you, too, for giving the shout out to your volunteers, your folks who are on the ground making it all work and doing the wreath laying ceremony. This year, Saturday, December 13th, it is now the time to reach out to the Transportation Division at Wreaths Across America. As I mentioned earlier in the show, we build and make relationships. You know, if you want to participate, don't let it be a barrier if you don't happen to have a trailer or you can't get all the way to Maine, because we have solutions for that. And the Transportation Division at Wreaths Across America is just exceptional. Courtney George and Sarah and Rob and all the folks there at Wreaths Across America that work in the trucking division will find a way to make it happen for you, because they want your participation. And we need trucks. Courtney tells me that we're increasing our payload this year because we are growing. Even as I speak, we're bringing on new participating locations all the time. We're well over 5,000 now, and the payload's going to increase by easy 100,000 to 200,000 veterans wreaths this year alone. So we need the trucks, and we need the help with the transportation of these veterans wreaths, and that's why you're moving the mission. That's why you are a member of the Honor Fleet, and our theme for 2025 is keep moving forward, and that's exactly what the Transportation Division does and the industry does for us. Lisa Flater, what am I not talking about that you think is super cool or super important to relay to listeners today on Trucking Tributes?
The West Coast is not as familiar with the wreaths as the East Coast. And I'd like to challenge people on the West Coast to look into this and to participate and get their cemeteries honored. I'm surprised when I'm talking to people over here how many people don't know anything about it. And I mean, I tell them the VA hospital over in Boise last year was the first year I've seen them do this, but they put a booth out in the hospital itself explaining the wreaths thing, and trying to get donations and to help cover all the cemeteries. So I think that's an important note to make. I don't know. This is just always such a good experience. I love it, and I would love to see more people participate. We're not just honoring those veterans, but we're showing those families that we recognize what these veterans have done, and how what they've given up, and showing these families that we recognize that and we respect it.
Yep.
So I think that's about it.
Well, that's a lot. That's a lot. Remember our fallen, honor those who serve, and teach the next generation the value of freedom. Lisa Fleta, thank you so much for joining me today on Trunking Tributes, your military service in the U.S. Air Force, and being a member of the Wreaths Across America Honor Fleet. If you want to find out more how to get involved, then reach out to us. Check it out online, wreathsacrossamerica.org. You can find it all there, and you can get hooked up with us. Thank you so much again for joining us today on Trucking Tributes.
Thank you very much for having me. I enjoyed myself, and I am hoping that we can get more people involved.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Ooh, I like the sound of that. Take it away, Dre, and take it away, Jimmy, because this is Road Gang Radio live from Fastport Studios.
Hey, by the way, this guy's showing up to help bring things down. And I don't mean down as in a bad mood. I mean things down as in your cholesterol levels. Dr. Lloyd Jones received a BA from Swarthmore College, an MD from Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons, and a Master of Science in Epidemiology from the Harvard School of Public Health. Did his internal medicine and cardiology training at Massachusetts General Hospital, served as medical chief resident, chief cardiac fellow. He was a fellow and then a staff researcher at the Framingham Heart Study from 97 to 2003. And in 2004, he joined the faculty at Northwestern University's Feinberg School of Medicine, rising to become Eileen M. Fole Professor of Heart Research and Professor of Preventative Medicine, Medicine and Pediatrics. He served as chair of the Department of Preventative Medicine at Northwestern from 2009 to 2024. He grew the department from 27 to 82 full-time faculty. And in 2025, he moved to Boston University School of Medicine, where he is currently the Alexander Graham Bell Professor, Director of Framingham Center for Population and Prevention Science, PI of the Framingham Heart Study, and Section Chief of Preventative Medicine and Epidemiology in the Department of Medicine. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome him here today during, it's National Cholesterol Awareness Month. And Dr. Jones, it's great. Lloyd Jones, it's great to have you here. How are you?
Well, gosh, thank you for that overly extensive introduction. It is great to be with you guys. Please call me Don.
Don, thank you so much for that courtesy extended. Really appreciate that. I wanted to read all of that because, as you know, simple as people think this topic is, I wanted people to understand this is a very serious conversation. And I was talking to Dave Nemo about this yesterday. I think a lot of folks out there don't really understand how under the radar cholesterol levels are flying right now, is that people are focused on so many other things that they're really not paying as much attention to it as they used to. Please tell me I'm wrong, but my impression is that people are not focused on this in the way they used to be.
No, unfortunately, I think you're absolutely right. I'll say dead right, because unfortunately the consequences of high cholesterol, or let me say that a little differently, cholesterol that's too high for you, can be deadly, right? Cholesterol, especially the bad cholesterol particles, are the central molecule that get plaques started in our arteries. And those plaques ultimately are what can turn into heart attacks and strokes. So it's incredibly important for people to know their numbers and understand whether those numbers are okay for them or whether they're too high and we need to get focused on them.
And that's kind of the way we kind of begin. You know, it's interesting that I don't know if you know this, but on Tuesdays here on RadioNemo, what we do is we actually talk to the head of TA and Petro's, maintenance department about people's rigs and trucks, and then we have Highway to Health. So much of this is really based on understanding what your equipment, where it is right now, and then based on that, figuring out ways either to maintain that or to make the necessary adjustments. So the best place to begin is with the numbers, right? I mean, it's to go see your doctor and get a clear sense of where you are. What does that entail?
Yeah, I love that analogy. It's exactly right. You know, you got to know what the state of your equipment is. Unless you check, you don't know what your oil level is. Unless you check, you don't know what your cholesterol numbers are. This is completely silent. It requires a blood test. And for most people, that doesn't even have to be a fasting blood test anymore. You don't have to, fast or not eat for 8 to 10 hours. You can get it done same day in the office, even if you've, eaten breakfast that morning. We wouldn't do it immediately after a triple cheeseburger. But other than that, we can get very reliable numbers, if people have eaten, pretty normal meal even within the last couple of hours. So don't be shy about asking your doctor to get the lipids checked today, because it can be done in almost everybody.
Let me ask you this too, because and please, you're the expert here, so correct me when I get this wrong. We've discovered that different people need different amounts of sleep. Different people can eat different things, and it has different impacts on them based on who they are. In regards to the lipid test, in regards to that, are there certain numbers that set off bells and whistles, or is this one of those things that a lot of other stuff has to kind of go into figuring out where you are? Or is this a pretty clear, like across-the-board result? We'll tell you what's happening here.
No, it's really important to acknowledge everybody's different. We all inherited a different mix of genes that determine how efficient or how effective we are at absorbing fat in our diet or cholesterol in our diet and getting that into the bloodstream. And it's really the cholesterol levels in the bloodstream that matter. Some of us, as I said, are kind of particularly good at absorbing fat that we've eaten in our most recent meal. And that means we might have higher cholesterol blood levels related to what we're eating than somebody else. And there are other people who are pretty resistant to absorbing fat in their diet, and they're the lucky ones, right, where they could get away with eating more eggs, or they might be able to get away with it. But you can't tell that just on your own. That requires work with your doctor and looking at your cholesterol levels over time to determine, is diet going to really, really help you, or is it going to be less helpful and we might need to move to medications earlier if your cholesterol levels are high?
All right, let's talk about, like I said, if your numbers come back on the lipids and you're looking good, then it's going to be a matter of, let's talk about what you're doing, and provided it doesn't sound completely insane, your doctor's going to be like, okay, so more of that, just keep up with it and keep on coming in for your regular checkups. But let's talk about the moment that too many Americans get where, hey man, this level is too high. Where are the beginning steps that we can begin to take? Because, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, this is one of those things that with some serious intervention quickly, you can really turn this around in a hurry, right?
Absolutely right. I think what people often don't get, and we've done a bad job of kind of providing this information, I think, is the context really matters. There is no normal level of cholesterol. I hate that word, because for some people, if they smoke or have diabetes or high blood pressure, their cholesterol level needs to be much lower than somebody who might be, really young and healthy and have no other risk factors at all. We can tolerate a little bit higher cholesterol levels in those people. So your individual context really matters. That's where the conversation with your doctor about, are these numbers okay for me? Not just, are these numbers, quote, normal, right? There is no normal. We need to make sure that they're optimal for you and your individual situation. Once you've determined that, if you need to work on lowering especially your bad cholesterol levels, the so-called LDL cholesterol.
Do we lose you? Don, are you there? We're going to check this real quick. I think you might have hit a mute button. All right, we'll give him a call back here. Sorry about that, Don. Welcome back to the show.
Sorry about that. Where did you lose me?
Basically, we had just talked about the good cholesterol and the bad cholesterol. You were about to dig into that.
Yeah. So, one.
It happened. What's going on, man? Okay. We did it again. Okay, guys, give us a second here. We're going to get Don all set up and kind of squared away. This is an important conversation, by the way, guys, because so much of this, and I was kind of thrilled to hear this based on the reading that I've done, but I always defer to the expert. This is one of those places that, unlike some of the damage people do to themselves with COPD and some of the long-term health effects of diabetes, which can be turned around, but nowhere near as quickly as this can. This is something really kind of special and remarkable, if in fact you work with your doctor, that you can actually really make some positive changes. Don, I'm sorry about this. It's good to have you back. Let's one more time.
Oh, well, I'm so sorry. I will do my best to make sure I don't drop again.
Okay.
So, yeah, we were talking about if the numbers are not optimal for you, we need to think about diet and physical activity as potential ways to improve those numbers. And there are a number of strategies we can use there before thinking about medication.
Let me ask you this, and we'll pivot to diet here in a second, but I wanted to talk about exercise because the diet stuff I really understand. And look, I know exercise overall is good for us. Can you talk about what the impact of a healthy lifestyle regimen, of actually being active and vibrant and out in the world, out at the gym, hanging out with the grandkids, hitting the pool and all that stuff. Why does that have a positive impact on our cholesterol levels or managing cholesterol levels?
Yeah. So I think to understand this, we need to talk just quickly that there are sort of three components to our total cholesterol. There's the LDL or bad cholesterol. Those are the particles that can get into our artery walls. There's the HDL or good cholesterol. And then there's the triglycerides, which are sort of the energy-bearing fat molecules that deliver energy to our muscles, but that can also deliver those triglycerides to our fat cells for storage for later. So we look at all three of those numbers. What exercise and physical activity can do for us is it can raise the good cholesterol so that we're hopefully clearing more cholesterol out of our arteries, and it can also reduce the triglycerides pretty dramatically. So triglycerides do contribute to your risk for heart attacks and strokes. And so exercise can help, particularly with the HDL and the triglyceride portion. It doesn't tend to change the bad cholesterol number very much.
Okay, and that's where diet comes, and this is why it's a combination punch. This is the reason why, because while you can actually have a positive impact on what is positive, in order to get rid of what is negative, you've got to get rid of it. Let's pivot now into diet then, and talk about what a good diet to deal with a high cholesterol problem is.
Yeah, if your cholesterol is too high for you, then important features of your eating pattern are to make sure you're getting lots of fiber, lots of fruits and vegetables, whole grain like oatmeal, things like that. Those will all help lower most people's LDL cholesterol. And then, avoiding, if you're someone who's particularly sensitive to this, like we talked about, if you're good at absorbing fat from your diet, then you need to avoid things like fatty proteins, kind of high fat meals, and focus on the healthy fats, things like fry in olive oil, fry in canola oil, eat vegetable fats and try to avoid the animal fats because those are the ones that we tend to absorb and turn into the bad cholesterol.
And can you help me out a little bit here in understanding that too? Why are the animal fats worse for you than, say, like I said, there are people who can, like I said, I want to talk about the idea that there's a lot of wacko diets out there or whacked diets. And I'm not picking on people here, but we hear stuff about the carnivore diet, stuff like that. And, for some people it seems to work, but why in particular do animal fats really have a negative impact on your cholesterol in a way that the vegetable fats don't?
Yeah. So, this is important to understand. Not all fat is bad. There are good fats and there are less good fats. The less good fats tend to be the things that come from, animals that we raise. So fish have good fats in general, but things like pigs and cows generate not so healthy fats. So, the leaner the protein you're eating, the better it's going to be. Fish is a great choice to get healthy fat rather than unhealthy fat. But yeah, most of our land animals that we cultivate have more of the unhealthy fats. These are the saturated fats as opposed to what are called unsaturated fats, which is what we tend to find in fish and in vegetables.
I'm gonna kind of go a little bit personal here with you, and just kind of ask about. You have a passion for this. This is something that is beyond just your area of specialties. It is your area of specialties, but you're very passionate about this. Can you talk about why gravitationally you've kind of moved into this area, and why you feel like this is such an important thing to focus on? What's kind of the core value for you in all of this?
Yeah, thanks. I'm a cardiologist. I'm a heart doctor, and I've seen far too many patients who've had devastating heart attacks and strokes. This is not blaming them, but these are things that are preventable. We know what causes heart attacks and strokes, and we could prevent somewhere between 80 and 90% of the heart attacks and strokes that people suffer. And so, that sort of perspective really gets you focused on trying to limit suffering, right, and improve and extend people's lives. So prevention really becomes a core value, as you're saying. And we know that we can do an awful lot with medications, but it has to have a basis of healthy lifestyle. And so we really, really got to get people focused on that from early in life, and it will both improve and extend their lives.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing too, is that what a lot of people don't understand is, while this is quick to turn around, this is one of those things that it also could be too late. Like I said, I mean, this wouldn't take long in the scope of a long life to kind of, really kind of course reset. I mean, matter of fact, could you kind of give us a sense of, if you listened to your doctor, God forbid somebody should do that, and took the necessary steps, I mean, how quick can you see a reduction in those numbers?
Yeah. Well, to get to your first point, unfortunately, about a third of people first find out they have heart disease when they die suddenly from a heart attack. And of course, then it's way too late. And that happens to far too many people at too young of an age. So that's why it's critically important to kind of find out, know your numbers, and have a plan. But even beyond that, as you're saying, it really actually is never too late if you've kind of put this plan in place, because you can reduce your cholesterol levels very quickly. Diet can be helpful for many patients that will require a simple medication. One pill a day can often reduce your cholesterol levels by 50%. And that can have a dramatic reduction then in your risk for heart attacks and strokes for decades to come.
I wanted to ask you about the medication. And by the way, I'm not one of those people who fears medication or fears prescription or has any issue with it whatsoever. In many cases, when it comes to pharmaceuticals in regards to psychological issues, often people will be given a medication early at one point and then use the time that the medication buys them to make cognitive changes to their lives and wean themselves off of medication. I think a lot of people's concern is one more pill. Is it possible, and by the way, no is fine because it helps you live longer. We're good with that. Is it possible to kind of use some of this medication, and then while you're taking the medication, to really affect the necessary lifestyle changes? People who are diabetics often have situations like this where they begin to really kind of turn their lives around and begin to be able to kind of move away from simply medical solutions and more towards lifestyle solutions. Is that a scenario here? And am I making sense?
I think for most people, if we decide you need a medication that's going to lower your cholesterol and again, extend and improve your life, for most people, it is hard to get off of that.
Understood.
It's hard to do enough lifestyle to achieve that goal that we could do without the medication. But let me say, I've had patients who have dramatically altered their lifestyle and lowered their cholesterol to the point where we did not need the medication anymore. So this is doable. It's just hard. And so, if we commit to a medication, for most people, that's going to mean, we're going to be treating this for a good part of the rest of your life. Now, that, taking a pill is not something that some people feel great about. It medicalizes something. It makes them feel like a patient. Totally get that. But the benefits can be extraordinary. Again, in extending people's lives and improving it, making sure they don't have a heart attack or a devastating stroke that could really affect their quality of life.
By the way, I want to make this really clear. I asked this question not because I have any aversion to pills or taking medication to make my life better, to improve the quality of my life, but it's my way of reminding listeners right now, if you don't like taking pills, it might be a good time to start making lifestyle changes before that becomes a de facto reality of your life. And that's one of the other things you might want to prevent. There's some really great stats you've given us here, too, because I want people to really understand this. You sent me the Harris poll, some key findings. This is the one that just knocked me on my ass. Only half of heart attack and stroke victims who survive prioritize lowering their cholesterol despite the connection between high LDL cholesterol and repeat cardiac events. That's staggering to me. Is the number of people who come out of a heart attack and keep on keeping on is essentially what that's saying, right?
It is staggering, and it's too bad. And again, I don't put this on patients. I put this on, I think, the whole system. We do a terrible job of communicating to people just how important this is for their health going forward. After heart attack or stroke, the most important thing you can do to reduce your risk for a second event is to stop smoking. By far, that is the most powerful thing you can do if you're a smoker. The second most important thing you can do is take medication to lower your LDL cholesterol and get it as low as possible. Those, if we could just get people to do those two things, we would prevent a whole lot of extra heart attacks and strokes.
It's interesting, too, because the man whom all this is named after, Dave Nemo, almost a decade ago had a heart attack, and he took it seriously. And he weighs less now than he weighed 30 or 40 years. He's in the best shape of his life, and he is now an avid gym goer, loves to eat that fish, often points out to me when I've had more than one hamburger a week what I'm actually doing to myself. And all of that stuff doesn't reduce the quality of your life, but it actually improves it. And you talked about the idea of the failure of the system. The other number that is really encouraging, simply by having you on the show today, every single listener now has a much higher percentage chance of actually managing and measuring their cholesterol. Simply hearing from a healthcare provider about the dietary, lifestyle, and testing necessities around this does have a really positive impact, doesn't it?
It really does. And, and you're pointing out some of the data that show us that. I would really encourage people when they are at their doctor's office to focus on the things that are important, especially if it's a wellness visit or an annual checkup. Doctor, are we doing everything we can do to make sure my blood pressure, my cholesterol, and my, lifestyle habits are optimizing, my health so that I will live as long and as healthily as possible? I think those are key questions. Remember, heart attacks and strokes are the leading cause of death in this country and in the world. We should be focusing on this a lot more than we focus on a lot of other things that are not likely to kill you. And so, I think these are important questions that people should be asking their doctors. Unfortunately, we have too small amount of time with our doctors, so focus on what's important.
And I wanted to ask you that question, too, because, once again, to kind of get back to the overall fabric of this particular show, we do a segment called Washington Trucking Week, where one of the things we talk about with these men and women about is how to be a good citizen. And I don't mean, how to behave in public. I'm talking about how to actually engage with their representative staffs at the state, local, and federal level. It really is, you get limited time if you ever get a chance to meet anybody who represents you. And so it really kind of comes down. And this is an overall doctor question for you, Don. The question at the core of it is, what are the key things we should ask our doctor when we do get a chance to meet with him or her?
Yeah, I think writing down the questions that you have that come up, in the 3 or 6 months between your appointments so that you don't forget them. And always start with the question, doctor, what are the most important aspects that we need to control to ensure that I live a healthy, long life? And the doctor will then help you focus your questions to those things that, individually important to you should be the things that you spend the most time on, right? There are other things that, of course, are important on your list, but, I think, especially in these annual visits, getting your doctor to focus first thing on what are the most important things we need to accomplish today. And often those will be about lifestyle. They will be about blood pressure. They will be about cholesterol, because again, we want to sort of prevent the number one cause of death and disability, which is heart attacks and strokes.
Okay. So I'm willing to bet that simply ignoring the numbers is probably the biggest problem and the biggest issue when it comes to, this, the idea that, out of sight, out of mind, a lot of people kind of put it there and don't want to know, and that way they can keep on making bad lifestyle choices and, kind of living in the bliss of ignorance. But I'm kind of curious, what are some of the other big misconceptions that people have when it comes to managing their cholesterol? What are some pitfalls in your own personal management that people fall into?
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think awareness of the issue is probably the biggest stumbling block, not getting your numbers measured. But I think people feel like it's going to take a massive amount of change to make an important difference. And that's just not the case. We know that if you do modest changes in your diet, modest changes in your physical activity that can lead to as little as a 5% weight loss, that will have very dramatic effects on your cholesterol levels. It can have dramatic effects on your blood pressure, on your blood sugar levels if you have diabetes or prediabetes. It'll improve your sleep. So many things can turn around and go well with, again, pretty modest changes to diet and exercise that lead to about a 5% body weight. So, I don't think people need to feel like, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to change absolutely everything I do. There are targets of opportunity, and talking with your doctor, maybe talking with a nutritionist, can really help you find those targets of opportunity.
I just wanted to tell you, by the way, and just to kind of let my listeners know about this, but I keep on beating this drum home. My father, at 80 years old, he's still with us. He was 80 years old, and he was 320 pounds. As of today, 2 years later, he's 260, and he lost that weight exactly the way you want him to lose it, half a pound a week, by cutting back on his salt, cutting back on his sugars, cutting back on all that kind of stuff. The biggest thing that we've all kind of noticed, Don, is that he has more vigor and vim for an 82-year-old man. To actually watch your parents at 79, 80 and think, oh, we're entering into the later phase, the mind is there, but the body's beginning to give, and to watch people rally, it really is never too late if you get there in time, right?
Absolutely right. And, it's sort of, one of those virtuous cycles, right? That improvement makes more improvement, makes more improvement. He starts to feel better, so he moves more. His knees feel better probably, right, while weighing less, so he can move more. And, he sees the improvement himself. So just getting started, small changes can actually lead to bigger changes over time. And, I think giving him all the encouragement you can to sustain that and keep going if he needs to, I mean, that's a wonderful story, and I hope you share that as often as you can.
Yeah, and by the way, Don, I'm going to tell you right now, a few things have moved me more than being away for 6 months, coming back home to be with him, and watching him actually get up out of a chair to watch the walker give way back to the cane, give way back to neither. Has been one of the great joys of our life. Guys, we have been so grateful to have Don here, incredibly busy. His research interests, by the way, include, of course, the study of life course and mechanisms of cardiovascular health, but also something near and dear to my heart, healthy aging and cardiovascular disease epidemiology, risk estimation, and prevention. He joins us here during, of course, Cholesterol Awareness Month. Dr. Donald Lloyd Jones, thank you so much for making time with us on Highway to Health. Is there any websites or places you want to send people to make sure they get off in the right direction and the right start?
So great to be with you. Thank you for raising awareness of this incredibly important issue. Yeah, I'll send people to the American Heart Association's websites where you can learn an awful lot about all these topics. One thing I'll put a plug in for is something called Life's Essential 8, which are the 8 steps to making sure you have a full, long, and healthy life. And they have to do with diet, physical activity, avoiding nicotine, getting good sleep, and knowing your numbers on your weight, your cholesterol, your blood pressure, and your blood sugar. And just picking one of those things can actually make a dramatic improvement. So Life's Essential 8 from the American Heart Association.
It's kind of like Moneyball for healthy living. You got to know your numbers, and therefore you can improve your stats. Thank you, Don. You're welcome back anytime, man.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Highway to Health is a regular recurring segment. It happens every Tuesday on RadioNemo.com. If you have the audacity to be listed on Odyssey, welcome. If you're on the Book of Face, let's have a little face-off, shall we? Keep yakking it up on YouTube and look busy, because Lawler herself is coming. We're going to flip that screen over, and we're going to boogie with Stu. That's a Led Zeppelin song. We'll be right back with Lindsay.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
Yeah, let's get... Wait, what?
Again?
Where's Kevin Lindsay?
Mom.
The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Na 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 na.
Shake
This
it.
music. You know what this music makes me think of? The fact that next week I'm going to see Nelly and Ja Rule.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right, because I have not come to terms with how old I am, and that's all right.
By
That's
the way,
okay.
Ja Rule, you rule, we rule, Road Gang Radio rules apply only here. Phone Master Dre, what do you say?
100%. Listen, let me tell you something. I missed out on seeing Nelly, but dude, Ja Rule live, one of the best concerts I've ever been to.
Baby!
Can you hear me?
Baby!
Can you feel
I'm
me?
a sucker for cornrows and manicure toes. Woo! Yeah, that's what I'm doing next week.
Oh, it's
but
hot in
I'm
here.
having a hashtag balance week. Oh, yeah, take all your clothes off. Take them off. Take them off.
Balance.
I'm having a hashtag balance concert week
Balance.
next week. I'm going on Tuesday night to see Nelly and Ja Rule. I guess I better let my husband know he's got the kid next week, aka his child. And Thursday, but then Thursday I'm going to see Casey Musgraves at the Ryman. So that's hashtag balance. I'll take it. I'm getting back out there, Jim. I'm tired of hiding out in the woods. I'm getting back. This girl's getting back on the scene. Good morning to you.
Good morning, by the way. And as if right on cue, I don't know if you heard it this morning, today is Wonderful Weirdo Day.
It's the only reason I showed up for work today.
And because it's Wonderful Weirdo Day.
Is that why you're wearing that shirt?
That's why I'm wearing that shirt, my sister. That is why I'm wearing the Universal lineup of the Hall of Horrors.
What'd you call me?
Exactly. I wanted to give you, before we actually seg our way into country and western music news in a second here, I wanted to give you a couple of birthdays of some wonderful weirdos. You up to give a couple of birthday shout outs, Lindsay? You ready?
Oh, it's what I live for, Jimmy Mack. Give it. I love when people are born.
Big wonderful weirdo, Adam Sandler, born on this day in
So
'66.
good.
Okay, this righteous weirdo owned 300 acres of land he called Big O Ranch. And that alone makes Otis Redding, born on this day in 1941, still sitting on the dock of the weirdo. That's what I got to say about him. You know the famous Cardinal Richelieu? That name ring a bell, of course. Weirdo? Absolutely. Anybody played by both Charlton Heston and Tim Curry? Weirdo. Was he wonderful? Not so sure. At least not according to the Three Musketeers and, Chris O'Donnell. Not a good weirdo. But he came into France on this day in 1585. And Elizabeth Hurley can tell you, Hugh Grant is a weirdo, man.
Super weirdo.
But his fans will tell you he's wonderful. He was born on this day in 1960. And here's one you guys don't know, but I would tell you to look him up. Actor Jeffrey Combs is a real weirdo. He's been around since 1954. So happy birthday to all those weirdos out there on Wonderful Weirdo Day as I get a chance to host this show, Road Gang Radio, with the most wonderful weirdo of all, Lindsay Lawler.
I love being a weirdo. And you know what? I have how I was going to close out my country and Western music news is with the birthday. I'll start it with it and then ask you if this guy can be considered a weirdo before we play this intro and get into it. Because born on this day in 1951, Jim, in Lodi, Wisconsin, not the California one. It might be Lodi. I don't know. Tom Wopat. Do you know who he is?
Weirdo.
Actor and singer. First achieved fame, of course, is Luke Duke.
It's the good old boys.
The long-running 1979 television series, Dukes of Hazzard. He actually had a handful of country and Western hits, like A Little Bit Closer in 1988. He was born today. He's a weirdo.
He's a weirdo, man.
We say it as a compliment, man.
Although I really think we should actually go out and get Dave Nemo or somebody who has a voice like that to actually...
Speaking of weirdos.
Yeah, literally in the middle of the show occasionally, just have this voice kind of just stop and freeze the entire show and go, man, Lindsay and Jimmy are really in a hunk of trouble. Let's see if they can get out of it. We'll be right back. I just used to love that in the Dukes of Hazzard. They go to jump over a ravine and they'd freeze it in mid-leap. Just love that show.
See if they'll get out. That also just made me think of the comedian Jim Gaffigan, who we love. He has a bit where he talks about he's always staying up. He's like, that idea of, I know I need to go to bed, but I sit there with the remote and watch something too long. And he's like, why am I finding myself watching, staying up till 2:00 in the morning watching Growing Pains? And he's like, that Kirk Cameron, always getting into trouble, always finds his way out of it though.
Every time you say Growing Pains, I just keep waiting for somebody. Hey, Dre, would you do me a favor? Would you say, just when somebody's, just say, show me that smile.
Show me that smile.
Show me that smile. Oh,
show me that smile.
Don't waste another minute on your crying.
Bars.
I used to love how they'd set it up to
The best is ready to begin.
As long as we've got each other. There you go.
We got a world spinning right in our hands. Yeah, that's, you know what? I think that's enough. That means it's probably time to get out of this.
Yeah, we probably should get out of this.
Jim?
Hey, Phone Master Dre, could you actually take us to a place that's much more grounded and sane, but still involves music as well, too? Take it away.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
You heard him.
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and Western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
From the Big Easy to Music Sleazy, keeping it real and raw over here, guys.
Oh, my God. You somehow managed to use sleazy, real, and raw in one unbroken thought.
Go on.
That's right. You're welcome, America. And speaking of America, we're going to talk about how country music is rooted in Americana. Did anybody see the VMAs were on the other night. They were on the same time during the Bills-Ravens game. So I was going back and forth between the two. Dre, are you saying you watched the VMAs, or are you just smiling like a weirdo today for weirdo day?
Yeah, all the above, all kinds, both kinds. I came in to...
He got it in.
Yeah, I came into my house, and my brother had it on, because you can watch it on Paramount, because apparently it's the first year it did it on CBS. Which I'm like MTV being on CBS.
It's a real plus.
Yeah. I came in right when I see what you did there.
Yeah, thank you.
I came right in when the man, the myth, the legend himself, Busta Rhymes, got his award. but sang with a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
of,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
with a
yeah,
lot
yeah.
of younger people, which threw me off. Except his OG frontman, his hype man, was there. Thank the Lord. But I watched a good little bit until the point when a certain carpenter, not the one that works with their hands,
Jesus? Sabrina.
Yeah, today's Jesus.
Right.
Yeah.
Sabrina Carpenter. I will say I'm gonna dive in, but the Lady Gaga performed and they cut to Madison Square Garden. Go back and watch it. If you like a production, go back and watch. Lady Gaga currently has a residency of Madison Square Garden, so they cut to it. And she did a special VMAs performance, and it is like Alice in Wonderland masquerade ball meets horror thriller meets what's the woman who used to be married to Johnny Depp, Helen. No.
Oh, Ellen Barkin.
No.
Amber Heard.
She's in. No. She's in like the night. Does like.
She was married to Tim
Winona
Burton.
Ryder.
Tim Burton. No, not Winona Ryder.
Helena Bonham Carter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She was married to Tim Burton. Yeah.
Married to Tim
Married
Burton.
to Tim Burton.
Still married to Tim Burton too. Doing well.
Played off okay, anyway. All right. So, as we know, country music, it's rooted in Americana. It's got heartfelt stories of small town life. But the genre, which by the way dates back to the early 1920s, it is now finally reaching new heights of popularity, and MTV is finally recognizing its strength in the industry with the first ever Best Country Music Video Award. This is the first time the MTV VMAs are recognizing country music.
It's insane. It's insane because there are so
I didn't
many
even realize
country music videos. I mean, it is a genre unto itself. And I got to tell you, I could care less about all of this stuff, and that's insane. And I don't mean, of course, I care in the sense that it's interesting. I dig it, but I don't have any stake in it. And the thought that they didn't have a country music video award is like, what?
So weird, right?
Weird.
Super weird. Well, the VMAs included 6 country music videos in their new category, which included Jelly Roll, Morgan Wallen, and Lainey Wilson, all receiving credit for helping the genre pick up steam among newer generations of listeners. The genre has become, of course, a cultural staple, which MTV finally recognized, and also artists who were once known for different genres like Post Malone, etc. They're now and Jelly Roll. They're now transitioning into country. And that they bring their notoriety, which means they bring their new massive audience to the genre, which is helpful. And of course, some old school country fans might not love this dilution, but it's undeniably placed the genre on the world's biggest stage, of course, and it has helped shine a light on incredible artists like Jelly Roll, who may not have, think about it. Jelly Roll, he wasn't a household name before he was country. He was rapping. He's done rock. He's been around forever, but he wasn't necessarily a household name until he stepped into country. So a number of country artists received VMA nominations like Chris Stapleton, Megan Maroney, Jelly Roll, Lainey Wilson, Morgan Wallen, Cody Johnson, and Carrie Underwood, who are all vying for the inaugural Best Country VMA. In addition, Morgan Wallen, which, by the way, I think I walked past him yesterday, but I was too nervous to look back because I was like, what am I going to say? He was recognized in the Artist of the Year category, while Post Malone received a nomination for his collaboration with Blake Shelton. Somebody pour me a drink, somebody get up a bit. It appears as though country music has captured the hearts, Jimmy, of Gen Z and millennials who, according to Live Nation, now make up 63% of today's country fan base.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, just finally, the social media obviously also is playing a big role in that. Huge role, because country music videos on TikTok alone have gotten over 2 billion views.
Count how many
this year.
Count how many laughs I give you. How many was it?
13.
10. You know why? Because 1 out of every 10 songs you hear on the radio on country and western music stations is Morgan Wallen.
Blech.
That's the absolute truth.
I think he was sitting at this place called Pie or Slice yesterday when I walked by. And I was like, okay, if that is him, would I have the balls to go up to be like, let me tell you what we say about you? But it's all in jest. All in jest.
Actually, what you could say is, let me tell you what we say about you, me and my on-the-air partner, and everything I say is completely in jest, and just stare at him.
Then walk away. Ominous walk away.
Let that sink in. Let that kind of land. Yeah. By the way, I'm going to say this again. I was shocked to discover that there wasn't a separate category for country and Western music videos. I think that's the most absurd thing I've ever heard, because I find that some of those videos are some of the most creative, some of the most charming, and some of the most funny videos out there. Other stuff looks like it's avant-garde filmmaking. That can be really cool too, but every once in a while, a nice, clean narrative with some attractive people in it is a really good video to have. Just saying.
And also, let's just bring back, first of all, it's called music television. MTV stands for music television. That, to me, should be both kinds, all kinds.
Both kinds.
All kinds. I think also that I'd want to bring back the days where we just sit around and watch videos on MTV.
I couldn't agree more, by the way. As a matter of fact, I watched when cable came in, when it actually arrived in the city of New Orleans, was in the same week that MTV was launched.
Just the good old days. All right. Yes, Dre?
Sorry, I'm jumping in when you're talking about bringing back music videos. Did you ever have a chance to check out that video I sent you of Hayley Williams' new song from her new album?
Oh, shoot. Did I? I don't know if I did.
No, it's all good. It's basically
I remember you sent it to me because it'd be good for country music news. Friday.
Yeah, I got
Go
you.
on, though.
I got you. Well, it's basically, wait, am I going to take away from Friday?
Yeah, let's save it for Friday.
Okay, cool.
I'll add it into Friday, and we'll make that part of Friday's news.
All right, perfect. And turn it up now.
Okay. Okay, but then on that note, another thing outside of the VMAs, the CMA nominations were put out. The CMAs are in November, and the Country Music Association pulled back the curtain on this year's CMA Awards nominees. And one thing, boys, is clear. Boys, the women of country music aren't just participating, they are dominating. For the first time in years, dare I say forever, 3 female artists sit at the very top of the leaderboard. Ella Langley, Megan Moroney, and Lainey Wilson each walked away with 6 nominations apiece, tying for the most nods of the night and reshaping the narrative about who is steering this country music genre forward. So, country music in general has long been criticized for a gender imbalance. And this year's CMA slate feels like, listen, kind of a milestone and a reckoning, if I'm going to get dramatic, which I like to do. For years, airplay charts and awards ballots, they tilted always heavily towards men. It sparked debates about equity and access and the way the industry measures star power. But now, in 2025, these 3 powerhouse women are leading the charge, and including marquee categories like Single of the Year, Song of the Year, Album of the Year, Female Vocalist, and even Entertainer of the Year, which Lainey is up for. This statement resonates beyond trophies, guys. Jim, it's a shift. It's a movement. It's a reckoning. It's happening.
I am going to be a little bit of Marion the Contrarian, even adopting a female name here. I'm very encouraged by it, but we've always had these moments of Year of the Women at the Academy Awards, Year of the Women at the Grammys, Year of the Women at the Emmys, and then it goes back to business as usual. I am excited about what's going on here. I am also hoping that it's a trend and not a one-off. Because, man, oh, man, dudes are always like, well, we gave you a little thing there, sweetie. Aren't you happy? Now go away. And I'm rooting against that. I don't want that to happen. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying I need to see a little more before I pop open the champagne for the ladies.
That's fair. I mean, I think it does. I mean, listen, I was about to say it feels organic, but we know there's so much happening behind the scenes because, by the way, with these awards coming out like this, basically what happens then, the CMA awards, it's only one night in November, but the nominations really carry a lot of weight. They tell booking agents who to put on festival lineups. They tell the nominations even. This is before, outside of the winners for sure, but the nominations as well. Radio programmers whose singles to prioritize. They tell labels where to put their resources, which is a big one. So seeing 3 women tied for those top spot isn't really I mean, that's industry shaping, quite frankly.
Yeah, and like I said, what's encouraging about this, Lynn, hit the nail on the head, is that there's a lot of the organicity of it is not so much the organicity of this moment. It is that there's been a lot of organic groundswell over the last 5 years that have kind of led us to this point, which means, when you get 1 or 2, that's one thing. But when you get 3 or 4, it means there's an infrastructure in place now. And it means that all of these women that you're talking about are now no longer threatened by other women. I hate putting it that way. That's a system that men have built. These women are going to be much more inclined to give a helping hand to other people around them as well, too. So that may actually lead to something really kind of positive. Fingers are crossed, my sister.
Fingers are crossed. And what's, there's a lot, people don't just organically get to be as big and powerhouse as quickly as Lainey Wilson. I'll say she came in and did a private thing for us at the Music Loft. I don't know, about 3 or 4 years ago, whenever her first single had come out and she was just coming on the scene, we had her perform at the Loft for a private thing. And then it was overnight, she blew up. Now we all know she's been working for a long time. Nothing's overnight, but that means she got a little traction. People heard her on the radio. And then the record labels, the marketing, the resources, everyone was like, we're putting all of our focus. That's why they call it a machine. That's why I call the music industry a machine, because there's a machine behind it. You don't just get liked really quickly and then all of a sudden have a career. So there's a big thing behind it. We'll find out who's going to win. To Jim's point, if the women actually win and are not just nominated, that will tell us something. The 59th CMA Awards are set to be held November 19th at Nashville's Bridgestone Arena. And I actually think I will be there. So that will be fun. We'll be able to report afterward. Okay, moving on to the legend, the king, country music legend, George Strait. He's marking a huge milestone for his greatest hits album, Straight Out of the Box.
Nice.
Yes. Straight, Strait, out of the box. See what he did there?
Nice.
He's not the king because he's stupid. He has announced a specially curated collection coming to streaming that fans can vote on now. So, Straight Out of the Box, Jim, was released on September 12th, back in 1995. And to commemorate the 30th anniversary, George Strait announced just yesterday that fans can vote for their favorite tracks from each disc all week. The top 5 voted songs will make up a new collection, Straight Out of the Box Fan Favorites, which will be available to stream on Friday, September 26th. Now, to vote, fans can either cast their votes in Strait's Instagram stories, or they can join his Honky Tonk Hangout Facebook group. Just search that on Facebook to vote for your favorite tracks. Voting for each disc runs each day this week, started yesterday, with today being a chance to vote on disc 2 and so on and so forth. Friday will be the wild card vote day. And Jim, based on fan comments on Instagram and Facebook so far, I don't know how well you know the George Strait category, but what would you guess seems to be the most popular choice all time of George Strait songs? Any idea?
I actually don't have an idea. I know a lot of his songs, but I don't have an idea, and I'm actually kind of itching to know what the gravitational pull is of his actual fans as opposed to just the general public.
Well, let me scratch that itch for you. It seems to be the most popular choice from disc 1, which makes sense. It's Strait's second biggest hit sales-wise is Amarillo by Morning, of course. Second only to Check Yes or No, which hit 4 times platinum about 6 months before Amarillo by Morning did.
That was a big moment for him.
I mean, 30-year anniversary of a greatest hits. That means he's been doing this a lot longer than that.
Yeah, well, actually, when you said the idea of the idea of re-releasing a box set, if somebody's at the point in their career where they can release a box set, they've already accomplished an incredible amount. And then it's a 30-year anniversary of your incredible accomplishment that you'd already done so far. It's insane if you think about that.
Dude, and that guy, he just plays country music, golfs, and drinks tequila. I mean, those are his words. He's like, that's what I do. Loves his wife, travels, plays golf, plays country music, rinse and repeat. When I come back in my next life, I think I'd like to be George Strait.
You know what, my sister? I'm going to say this right now. This is important because I just got talking to the good Dr. Don about turning your cholesterol levels around. How about you do it in this life?
Fair enough.
How about it?
I could do my own version of it.
How about
travel,
this?
play music, do radio shows with my friends.
How about when you
drink
hit
tequila?
50? when you hit 50, which is still a long way away,
Thank you.
and I hit 60, which is still a long way away.
You're welcome.
Right around the same time, we just make a goal. That's our goal. I don't know if you're a golfer. I'm not sure if you're a golfer, Lindsay.
I'm not good at it, but I enjoy the event of it.
Well, you know what? Maybe we'll just get a chance to play a little golf, do a little dance, and
Get down tonight.
Get down tonight. I mean, that's
Listen, I did win a celebrity golf tournament, by the way. It had only because I was on a team with pros. But I like to think I had something to do with it. Okay. Nashville lost a legend actually last week. Robbie Turner, which you probably don't know his name, but Robbie Turner, he's the steel guitar legend known in Nashville as the Man of Steel. He passed on Thursday. Jim, he was only 63 years old.
That's young.
I
That
know.
is now officially young. By the way, that's officially young now. We have now hit the point where 60 is the new 50.
I know, that is young and a little scary. He did have leukemia, but he was best known for his work with Waylon Jennings. He played steel guitar on 9 of Waylon Jennings' albums. So the signature licks you hear from Waylon, that is Robbie Turner. He played on 9 of Jennings' albums from the mid-'70s to early 2010s, including Wanted, the Outlaws Project with Willie Nelson, Jesse Coulter, and Tom Paul Glazier. His resume reveals that he worked with a massive list of other stars like Vince Gill, Jerry Lee Lewis, John Prine, Tanya Tucker, Randy Travis, Loretta Lynn, the list goes on. Chris Stapleton's 2017 album, From a Room, Volume 1, which was so good, was among the last albums that Robbie Turner worked on in his career. His parents actually were Doyle and Bernice Turner, both of whom played in Hank Williams' Drifting Cowboys backing band back in the 1940s. So, Jim, his first instrument was the drums, and then at 9 years old, he played drums for country duo the Wilburn Brothers. He picked up the steel guitar at 10, debatably, arguably, the most difficult instrument to play. And he played in Ace Cannon's band a few years later. From there, he became one of country music's most in-demand steel players, both as a touring musician and in the studio. I'm talking about him, by the way, because, again, I talk about how people sort of just consume things passively. We don't know the songwriters. We don't know the players and the producers, the people behind the scenes that actually are the reason you get to hear things on the radio and at concerts. This is one of those men. His work with the Highwaymen in 1989 actually spurred his longtime friendship with Waylon Jennings and made him the steel player for Jennings, who he preferred to always work with. He said that bond was so important that in 2012, he said after Waylon Jennings passed, in 2002, actually, he said he never wanted to play again. He said, I stayed in bed for a week. I canceled everything. What I had to come around to as a believer is that Waylon's in my future, not my past. I look forward to seeing him again as much as anything in my life. And now they're together making country music up in heaven, Jim.
I hope that the first place they get to when they make the I didn't even think about this. As he makes his way across to the wintry shore, I hope on the dock of that particular bay, Otis is waiting for him.
Can you imagine the band up there? I mean, these are the kind of things, listen, I don't want to die anytime soon. I want to be here for a very long time. But assuming there is an eternity, which I believe there is, how cool when we get to be front row I'll get to play in a band with these people. You can play in a band with these people if you want. It's going to be epic.
Well, my father really wants, he said when he gets to heaven at some point, my dad's, at the end of the day, despite being Mr. Military, at the end of the day, he's got that old Irish poet in his soul, and he's such a big Peter, Paul, and Mary fan that he really hopes that, eventually at some point when he gets to the kingdom of heaven, he gets the front row seat to watch Peter, Paul, and Mary and the Kingsmen get a chance to do a little folk music. My dad's a folk guy, you know what I'm saying? When he has to listen to the chieftains, he's digging into the folk. He likes the Wabash Cannonball and all that kind of groovy.
For you, Jim, though, of all the greats that we've lost, what's the first person that comes to mind of the late that you want to be the first concert in heaven to go to?
Oh, good golly, Miss Molly.
It's a tough question. I know.
Man, that is. I got to tell you.
You don't have to commit to this answer.
No,
top of mind.
By the time I pass away, I hope they don't outlive me. Every Beatle will be there. It's John Lennon. It's John Lennon because we'll never know because he had just started to turn things around. His last album is actually good, and he had just started to clear his throat and get it. Whatever gets you through the night is a great song. I would have loved to have seen what John Lennon would have come up with, and I would have loved to have gone to that reunion concert, which eventually would have happened. So that's that.
That's that. Well, I can't even think of. I think for me it'd be Frank Sinatra actually.
The best is yet to come.
That's Seamus and my song. That's
Yeah.
our wedding song.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I wouldn't mind seeing Janis. That would be really awesome. The idea
That
of
would be
actually
fun.
getting a chance to see Janis Joplin. I got to tell you, I'm sure there's a lot of people making me sad, man. The idea of
Let's not be sad because people are still alive, like greats like George Strait and Bruce Almighty, he says over in the chat he actually lives in Amarillo, and he got to see George Strait, of course, play a couple times in Amarillo. Very cool. To hear Amarillo by Morning in Amarillo by George Strait is probably something super epic. I'm going to talk about my last story. I'm going to save that for the end of the week. And starting today, are you tired of me talking or what's happening?
No, I was thinking about being asleep at the wheel.
Oh, I'm like, I'm sorry. Am I boring you?
No.
Finally, I'll repeat this on this day in 1951. Tom Wopat, just a good old boy. Luke Duke. It's Luke Duke's birthday today. Happy birthday to the weirdos. It's National Weirdo Day. Is that what it is?
It's National Wonderful Weirdo Day.
Wonderful
And
weirdo.
he is a wonderful weirdo. He's also one hell of a Broadway musical star. Tom Wopat's the truth. And I won't hear anybody say otherwise, by the way.
Fine, we won't let you. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Because on this show, Jim, we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
And on this show, we celebrate Truck Down. Gotta get up and Truck Down. Head on over there, truckdown.com. Jim, what do they do?
50 states, 8 provinces. Get you out of the ditch, back on the road. They've been doing it since 97. They'll find you a maintenance provider. We'll be back after these groovy messages. All right.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We're going where you want to go so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
You heard her. We are live from the Fastport Studios in the beautiful city of New Orleans and the beautiful city of Franklin, Tennessee.
Yeah, let's just say Nashville. It's
Nashville.
easier.
Yeah.
Sleazy. Keeping it sleazy over here, guys.
It's like not calling northern Mississippi Memphis. Let's get real, folks. I mean, it's all just part of the same great, gigantic infrastructure. These are the people, actually, who love Nashville so much they decided to make room for other people. That's what Franklin, Tennessee is. They're just welcoming more people.
That's what friends are for. But I'm also like, stop coming.
Hey, man, I mean, after all, there's a reason they call it Crane City, and I'm not talking about birds, folks.
It's our state bird is the crane.
Exactly. Building, building, building. Keep that city building. By the way, really quickly, guys, coming up here in about an hour and a half and change, or maybe a little bit sooner than that, is Trucking with OIDA. you've been listening to us do it. You've been listening to them do it. They recently rebutted a report that's been claiming on social media that there's no truck parking shortage. Yes, there's plenty of parking across the country in places like Montana. You can't park in Montana to go to the Port of Baltimore. On this day, today, with Ashley and Scott on Trucking with Oida, they're going to unleash him. It is Louis Pugh unleashed, Linda.
Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, yeah. He's going to go off the chain to go after the claims with some assistance from Tyson Fisher, who wrote a barn burner of an editorial, who just said at the top of his entire editorial, let's make this really clear. There's a truck parking shortage. Of course, Tyson, friend of this show, is an associate editor of Landline Magazine, plus OOIDA member Natasha Cruz Sanchez, who has been the talk of everyone in regards
Sounds like a Natasha Cruz Sanchez reporting live. She sounds like a crime buster.
She's a badass, dude. She's a badass truck driver, and she wrote down a petition asking the U.S. DOT to establish an English language proficiency as its formal endorsement. Here's the kicker, Lindsay. The other 3 people that wrote the proposal with her, all 3 of them are bilingual. All 4 of them come from immigrant families. It is a barn burner of a presentation, and that is going to be Scott and Ashley coming up immediately after Road Gang Radio with Trucking with Oida. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio.
Oh, thank God for Trucking with Oida. Somebody being professional around here, because let's be honest, it ain't music sleazy.
You know, and it ain't the big easy. And let me tell you something else too, man. We keep on adding all these bells and whistles and all this classy stuff around us, but we're still going to be the trash bags you've come to love.
God bless us, everyone. God bless us, everyone. And God bless our next guest, Jim, who's in studio today. So that's an extra layer of fun. Today we've got I'm going to say a powerhouse in the Louisiana film industry joining us, and beyond, by the way. Patrick Mulhern. He's worn just about every hat you can wear in the business. Producer, consultant, studio exec, policy shaper, and P.S., by the by, he's brought more than $1 billion in productions through Louisiana, from Battleship and Twilight to homegrown indie projects. He's helped make Baton Rouge a real player in the film industry. He's also, by the way, love it or hate it, an LSU Tiger. Big fan, yo.
Go Tigers. Go Tigers. Go Tigers. Go Tigers. Go Tigers.
He's a champion of independent filmmakers like our own Madison with a T. And now he's a founder of the Louisiana Academy of Production, which is a first of its kind charter school opening in 2026. Very cool. Y'all, we told you that we surround ourselves with the goers and the doers. Our next guest is the mascot of all that. Please make welcome to the show our new friend, Patrick Mulhern. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
For being here. I can't see you. What are you wearing, Patrick? Not really, but really, what's happening?
I'm going with kind of a typical film look. I've got jeans and a jacket and a hat.
And
I love that. Can you turn the camera on? Can I see my new friend here?
Well, actually, Tara Madison is going to set you up. I'll let you get a look at the gentleman over there. Give
Hello.
Hey,
Look at
nice
that
to put a face
handsome
with a
fella.
voice.
Yeah, good looking guy. He's actually, and by the way, I want to give him a big shout out. He is wearing actually a sports coat along with his pants, right? That's a sports coat, correct?
Yeah, jeans and a jacket.
Yeah, jeans and a jacket.
Oh, there are pants. Oh, good to know. Yeah,
Yeah.
by the way, again, somebody keeping it professional around here. Not as professional as that shirt that you have on, Jim, but a close second.
It's Wonderful Weirdo Day, Lindsay. I got a big eyeball on my shirt. Big eyeball on my shirt. I love movies. And this is why it's great to have Patrick here. This is a T-shirt that's in celebration of all the horror great movies. And so I figured, we're heading towards the October country, the spooky season. So I would do a little representing on Wonderful Weirdo Day.
Let's go.
Let's make it happen. I have a weird question for you. Who would you say, Madison not included, is the most famous filmmaker to come out of Louisiana?
Well, I'm going to have to go with Steven Soderbergh.
I was hoping you'd say that. I was hoping you'd say that.
Yeah. I mean, we're calling him, the godfather of independent film, and we're saying Baton Rouge is the birthplace of modern independent film because that's where Sex, Lies, and Videotape shot.
Yeah, and we were talking about that a couple of weeks ago, Lindsay. I was actually telling you remember that when I was growing up. I remember I was at the University of Georgia when Sex, Lies, and Videotape won Cannes, and it was one of the most contentious Cannes of all time because, Lindsay, in one moment, the whole world found out who Steven Soderbergh and Spike Lee were at the same festival. I mean, both, Soderbergh had never made anything that long, and Lee was just getting warmed up, and it was like one of the most contentious. But if you think about those two movies, it ends up influencing everything that's come out in regards to independent film since.
Oh, that's
and
right.
A lot of it starts in Baton Rouge, right?
Yeah. And in fact, that film put the Sundance Film Festival on the map. So it was not as big of a deal until that film went through there, and that was '89, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is, and it was a big deal. I remember I saw both those films within a week of each other.
Wow.
And it was just a. By the way, Lindsay, do you know who the star of Sex, Lies, and Videotape was? It actually made somebody a really big star.
Yeah, I'm looking at him in my brain, and all of a sudden I can't even pull his.
Yeah, and he actually changed his acting style after many years later.
Say the name; it's going to kill me.
James Spader.
Thank you. Good
It's
Lord.
James Spader, who actually was a mumbler and a and would always kind of work his way into delivering dialogue at the time. Years later, he's become like a portrait of clarity as a performer. But he is so good in that movie, and it's funny because I went back and watched it again, guys, and I was like, this film is better than I remember it. It is actually, it really holds up after time, and it really looks into the future. The idea of filming each other to get down to the core of a relationship. Everybody's got cameras in the movie and is filming each other constantly. Does that sound like, for '89, it sounds
That
like
just sounds
today.
like what happens at my house.
Exactly.
Every night.
Exactly.
Hey, so Patrick, talk to our audience a little bit about if you could just kind of explain kind of film for dummies real quickly here, in a sense of my husband works in film and TV as well, and we used to live in LA. We're in Nashville now, but he does a lot of traveling, a lot of filming in Louisiana, in Georgia, and you have said that Louisiana is still a great place to shoot a movie. Can you just talk about, especially when Hollywood seems to be quote unquote struggling, what's your take on and why people are expanding out, filming in other places, from the tax breaks to the just talk a little bit about why less Hollywood and more other places these days, if so people understand that.
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, well, let's go back again to the pandemic. How about that? And we were all stuck at home.
No.
Okay.
Extended snow day, yay!
Right, well,
No.
Well, so if you remember, a lot of us just sat at home and binged watched, right? We're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel at Netflix in my house. And because Americans in the world really consume so much content, they decided that, hey, as soon as we get out of this thing, we're going to greenlight everything. And they did, because all these streaming services are trying to compete with each other for subscribers, and they all kind of want to put each other out of business. And lo and behold, they spent themselves into oblivion, right? And of course, when the pandemic lifted, everybody wanted to get out and do other things besides sit at home and watch movies. And so their stocks started to tank. Again, these big streamers and major studios have shareholders, right? And when the stocks start to tank, then suddenly it's like they get really nervous about what it is they want to give the green light to. So you'll notice a trend. There's a whole lot of sequels and reboots out there because those are kind of the safe things to do. Original content had to take a back seat. But worse than that, overseas, they're offering incentives just like we have here in the U.S. and Canada, all points abroad. And it just became cheaper for them to go shoot these things outside of the U.S. And so, flash forward a few years, like here we are. And I mean, I hate to say it, there's a lot of empty sound stages in Louisiana, in Georgia, and even in Los Angeles. So, it's kind of a weird time for us. And so, but that kind of makes it so that independent films are more important than ever. And your own Madison with a T, as y'all call her, is
crossing those T's and dotting those I's. She's got both of them in her name.
Yeah, it's really an opportunity because I don't know that the major studios and the streamers are willing to take risk on especially younger filmmakers or something that doesn't have an original a film to base it off of or something like that. So, look, I think that the risk takers are the ones who make out like a bandit before it's over with.
I love that.
I wanted to ask you a question too, because we're right now in the midst of our own sort of change over here at RadioNemo, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but one of the things that I got a chance to go on a podcast yesterday and talk about what we're doing. We live now in an era where, the idea of putting somebody else out of business doesn't make a lot of sense to me anymore.
Yeah.
Because people can queue it up. Right. And it sometimes feel like the only people we should be competing against are ourselves. I mean, whatever trucking's problems are, sure, and it's got some problems, but they have begun to realize that safety is no longer proprietary, and they would rather have it be a NASCAR atmosphere. They want to win, but they want to win against other people that are great.
Yeah.
They want everybody performing at a high level. People don't go see a great movie and go, well, I've seen a great movie, and I'm not going to go see any more movies now. That settles the issue for me. It's bad movies that send people out of the movies never to kind of come back as well. And so it almost feels like, why are they competing against one another when what they should be doing is just simply kind of making quality material at cheaper prices than what they're spending on them right now?
Oh, that's exactly. I wish everybody would live by that philosophy. And look back when I ran Celtic Studios in Baton Rouge. I don't know if there's a big movie called Battleship, a big NBC Universal film that had like Rihanna in it and Alexander Skarsgård and Liam Neeson. Anyway,
and it was ridiculous because it was based on the old 1970s game.
The board game. That's exactly right.
Game. You sank my battleship.
And these are the films that we just do not get in the U.S. anymore. But this is what we call a $214 million tent pole. It's something that was supposed to hold up the studio. It was such a huge film. Well, anyway, the producer on it, his name was Duncan Henderson. Poor guy, rest his soul. He's passed away. But he came to me and he said, "Listen, I'm going to bring this film here, and I want you to tell me what it is that you need to make a profit. Don't give me any more, don't give me any less." He said, "I need to make sure that you're going to be in business the next time I have a big production." And so I gave him a number, and that's what we worked off of. And lo and behold, he brought another film after that, Oblivion with Tom Cruise. And so point being, the philosophy is like, don't try to put somebody out of business, make sure everybody gets enough. Does that make sense?
We can all play. We can all get along. And that's actually what, I'm curious, and you kind of touched on this a minute ago, but the idea, so I'm a songwriter, Nashville musician here, and it's, I've been in it long enough to see the different kind of how people thrive and where you used to have a record label to do anything. Now, because of streaming, because of YouTube, because of social media, anybody can put their stuff out there and achieve quote unquote fame and success, whatever. And doesn't necessarily have to be good. But from a streaming perspective, I'm curious if you think streaming has been more of as it pertains to, say, Madison and other indie filmmakers, more of a blessing or a curse for these independent filmmakers.
That's a really good question. I'm going to have to say blessing, just because it gives you more of a venue. It's certainly a curse, and that's killed theaters, and it's hard to show that, awesome new movie or new voice or whatever in a theater these days. But, certainly you can be seen by more people and through a streaming service. Once upon a time, they did a study that independent films, and this is a horrible stat, I think it was done in 2018, that I think only 4% make a profit, which is horrible.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Right? But that was really before they started measuring what are streamers paying for them, and so when streamers do buy them, then I do think that people can make a profit. And, again, some of that was they weren't using tax incentives correctly and stuff. If you use the tax incentives correctly, you can make a profit. So
yeah, and that's kind of a big deal too, isn't it? It's basically, once again, back to trucking, the trip itself is the fun part. It's the easy part for a lot of these men and women, backing up and getting where they got to go. They can do that in the blink of an eye. It's the pre-trip and the post-trip, and it's also the daily nut that ends up killing people at the end, ends up kind of undoing people. And it almost feels like that the business has to be kind of bracketing where the art is happening, not integrated or pressuring it, but kind of bracketing it to make sure that it's indemnified. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, it is. And, you have to look at things like where money's coming from these days, in order to pay for these things. It's funny. I talk about the film Looper. Did you ever see this film that shot here?
With Bruce Willis. And actually, it's the best use of the melphamine projects I've ever seen in my life. Lindsay, they do this really cool thing. They went to New Orleans, and it's a future movie. It's a dystopian future. And they transformed. They didn't build anything in the traditional way. They just simply took one of New Orleans' housing projects and made it look like the kind of dystopian nightmare you'd see in the future. It was really great use of space and wilderness and open country. It's a terrific. It's Rianne Johnson. Is that?
I think it was. Yeah,
it's Rianne Johnson who made Brick and also made the Last Jedi.
It's a great film. It has Bruce Willis and Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Who does a great job impersonating Bruce Willis.
And we all remember it because it's shot here. There's sugarcane fields and all kinds of stuff. It's very Louisiana.
Louisiana.
But what's interesting is that film was supposed to be also set in Paris, but it was rewritten for Shanghai. Okay. And when you start looking at a few things in there, of course, the dystopian future is like what you see here in the U.S., but where is there not a dystopian future?
Right.
China. right? And
Right.
so China looks like, amazing. And what is the world currency?
Well, that's what China. Yeah. Well, yeah. Also funny how much of it is really being shown by China. That's when I saw the movie. I had that speculation. I said, how much of this is actually what China would choose to show? But I know where you're going. Keep on going.
Well, just right now, I guess if you say the world currency is the dollar, in the future it's the Chinese yen, right? And why? How did that happen? Well, because the script was rewritten to reflect that, and because that's the money that was behind it. It was Chinese investment money, right? So it's actually affecting the creative.
Unless Tom Cruise says "Go screw yourself" and does Top Gun anyway, and still makes $1 billion.
Some people can command.
I mean, that's a crazy.
Yeah,
that's a crazy
that's right.
story unto itself. But no, yeah, absolutely right, Lindsay. The other thing I wanted to ask you about, because I just recently, speaking to Soderbergh, and by the way, I've been scrambling madly to kind of look up titles to try to remember these titles. Presence, Soderbergh's new movie is a ghost story shot from the ghost perspective, Lindsay. So we see the entire movie through the ghost eyes, and it's shot with, of course, the typical Soderbergh thing of using iPhones and whatever kind of thing he can get his hands on. I feel like in some ways he's desperately trying to tell young filmmakers, stop trying to make this blown-out budget movie and figure out a way to solve the problem, because what I'm not seeing from independent film enough of is the cameras I have to do what George Lucas did for the first Star Wars and for, American Graffiti is, I'm going to make this work within the confines of what I have. And too many people don't seem to be making the movies because they want the big budget or nothing. I mean, is there any reality what I'm saying there?
Look, I was just thinking 25 years ago, I used to edit on a nonlinear Avid, right? And the place where I worked, they might have spent close to $1 million on that thing. I don't know. It was high six figures or whatever. I mean, that's on your iPhone right now, that same technology. I mean, there's really no excuse for an independent filmmaker who has a vision, wants to tell a great story. The technology's there. You can go do it, It's just a matter of the people,
It's also the lack of scripts. I know there's a gazillion.
It all starts with a good story.
Yeah, and there's a gazillion scripts out there, Lindsay, and people say, there's a gazillion. And literally, I was a reader for a while. You can't get past page 20. You got to go to page 20 at least, Lindsay, to kind of make it happen. But at page 20, you can kind of give up. And I'm telling you, man, it's amazing how little content is out there. Go ahead, Lou.
No, I was just saying over in the comments, Patrick, our trucker bosun is saying that they just filmed a murder suspense movie in his town last year based solely on the reason that they still have a functional roadside phone booth next to a motel, which I love. That's such a, we're going back to like, why do we film things other places? And especially like Nashville 911 has come out now. They film the promo here, but they're not like filming here. But when you're going to places, it's because they have certain things or certain feels. And, LSU, obviously a big part of your story. And now you're producing a film about Billy Cannon. Can you walk us through what that looks like and how much of the filming is there, and or how much are you offsite in other locations, and kind of what does that whole experience look like as it pertains to Billy?
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, again, for those who aren't familiar with Billy Cannon's story, he's probably the only Heisman Trophy winner who went to federal prison for counterfeiting. And, before Joe Burrow and before Jaden Daniels, he was LSU's only Heisman Trophy winner. But there was so much more to his story. When you think about it, he has the only statue in front of Tiger Stadium. But this is a guy who at one point was the biggest embarrassment in the history of LSU or Baton Rouge or maybe even Louisiana. And it's really all about like his life after football and after the counterfeiting. He was at Angola, not as a prisoner, but as the guy who was both a dentist and ended up taking up the entire medical operation of Angola prison, which is, not a friendly prison. Anyway, actually, I went to his funeral when Billy Cannon died in 2018, and they were reading letters from the prisoners who say things like, look, when you're in Angola, you forget you're a human, and you go visit somebody like Dr. Cannon, and you just reminds you that you're still a person and you still have value. And anyway, it's just a really kind of a touching, story of redemption.
It's Chuck Colson. I mean, it's basically the same thing. The Nixon age, Chuck Colson, who went to prison and comes out of prison. His politics didn't change, but his love and his compassion for his fellow prisoner. He becomes one of the great advocates for prison needs to stop and end the moment you go in.
Yeah,
it's being inside is the punishment, not what's waiting for you inside.
No, that's very similar to Billy Cannon's story.
Exactly.
And
it really lands.
And so the story, whereas at one point it was written, if you've seen the movie Reagan,
With it's funny you
with Dennis
mentioned
Quaid? Yeah.
Dennis Quaid because he's the one that plays the fictionalized version of Billy Cannon and Everybody's All American.
That's exactly right.
Crazy.
It is a small world. So the gentleman that wrote Reagan is named Howie Klausner, who actually lives in Franklin. You can go have coffee with him if you'd like.
I'm having coffee with him today. Now, he just doesn't know it.
But Howie also wrote the movie Space Cowboys with Clint Eastwood a long time ago.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Anyway, but he's also he's a football guy and like just got it right off. So he wrote the script as a biopic. I mean, from Billy Cannon's early days in Mississippi all the way through his death. And after a while, we decided that it was kind of a little too much, and he didn't get to like the heart of the redemption story until like page 80, right? So. I think this film is probably going to focus more on Billy Cannon's life after football now. So I guess what I'm saying is it went through a major rewrite, and at this point, it's like okay, now it's all about getting like attachments, and Madison can tell you all about this. Of course, and we're lucky with her because she is directing, right? But it's all about attaching talent, stars, and all that. So
yeah, that's my my out of office at the end of this month. I'm flying to New York to go meet with a talent agency to discuss different actors to attach to my project with what's a COE certificate of engagement is how you attach an actor to a project, and you can like put money in escrow that can't be touched until that person is attached and all that sort of stuff. Making movies like collecting Pokemon. You're like collecting all these different legitimacies until it actually comes to fruition, basically.
And if it were easy, everybody would be doing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it were easy, monkeys would do it. Well, that's what brings into, you helping Madison and you founding the Louisiana Academy of Production. I mean, it's interesting because you've gone from local TV producer to state government to billion-dollar studio executive. You've seen it all, and it's really kind of the idea of, they say my sister was in marketing at Pizza Hut, and they made them like, go deliver pizzas. They had to flip the dough. You do everything so that when you're sitting there high, at the castle in the sky, you actually know what you're talking to, and you're talking to your employees, et cetera. And it feels like since you know every angle, you can really be, correct me if I'm wrong, but a good guide and mentor for these younger film producers to like probably spot what their best feature is and help guide them in that. And so talk a little from that perspective with the Louisiana Academy of Production. What is your biggest, I guess, dream for it as this launches next year?
Well, so I could promise you I'm always learning, but I'll say this, the production executives in Hollywood used to call it the three-legged stool of what they're looking for when they determine where they're going to send a film or a TV show. And the first thing they're looking for, unfortunately, is incentives these days because that's so important in order to get the budget down. But the second thing is infrastructure. They're looking for stages and facilities and equipment. And, here in Louisiana, we've been at this game for a long time. And so we have all of that. We have some great, stage facilities like Second Line here in New Orleans, the Ranch, the NIMS Center in Harahan. But, of course, in Baton Rouge, we have the Celtic Media Center, and
it's a nice place.
Yeah, it's still the largest in the Gulf South to this day as far as a design build. And then of course you've got like 50 Cent has his studio up in Shreveport right now. Yeah, so they look for infrastructure; it's important. But the third thing is crew, and unfortunately, like we've lost a lot of crew because we haven't stayed consistently busy. And so that's where the Louisiana Academy of Production really comes in. It's a school that's modeled after the Roybal Film and Television Magnet, and is affiliated with it in Los Angeles. And that's a school that was started by George Clooney and Don Cheadle and Mindy Kaling and a bunch of stars. The point is that like a lot of kids from disadvantaged backgrounds don't even know these jobs exist, and so if you teach them in high school, it's what they say, if you see it, you can be it, so.
Well, and by the way, this is a model, once again, that trucking is followed, that the environmental and that new forms of solar and wind have begun these models of the idea of these burgeoning industries or industries that actually need skilled labor. Yeah. Skilled labor is, I call it light blue collar work. Neither blue nor white, but someplace in between, people who can actually read and actually assemble, and there's a lot of need for it.
I think that's definitely what filmmaking is. It's like an in between.
Yeah. And under normal circumstances, these kids could graduate from high school and go straight to working on a set, and they'd be making $60,000 a year, and that's like transformative wealth in a lot of places in Louisiana,
Yeah, I mean, and that's such a kind of a big start,
As well
too.
as entertainment. Yeah.
Yeah,
I might do that.
I mean, but it's the truth of the matter, and that more and more in the modern economy, I talk about this all the time. If you actually have an associate's degree and you actually can repair HVAC and you're bilingual, you are the employee of the future. That's really what it kind of comes down to. And especially Mexico is going to have opportunities too, and all of this is kind of rolling together. Patrick, we're almost out of time here.
No.
I know.
You got to ask him. Yeah, Jim, we can't ask him before he leaves. What is your favorite movie shot in Louisiana?
Oh my goodness, boy, that is a tough one.
You can change your answer tomorrow. We won't hold you.
5 minutes. You take it in 5 minutes.
Gosh, favorite of all time, man. That is tough. You know what? I'm going to be a homer. I'm going to go with Oblivion with Tom Cruise that shot in Baton Rouge. That was my favorite sci-fi, one of my favorite sci-fi films. And of course, Joe Kosinski that directed it went on to do Top Gun Maverick with Tom Cruise. That was the first time they'd worked together. So
yeah, it's really good. And I got to tell you, it's got a great twist in it, doesn't it?
It does. I like it.
They all die.
I need
Spoiler
a twist
alert, he
ending.
was
That's
dead the whole time. Oh, no, it's a different movie. Sorry, it's a different movie. Hit us up with the best website where people can find you, Patrick.
Oh, sure. Well, we have a little film finance company for people who need tax credits and filmmakers who are looking to connect with people who need tax credits. It's irrevocabledesignee.com. I know that's a hard thing to say and spell. I'm sure you guys can put it on your website or whatever.
Let me ask you, this is a completely self-serving question. Let's say you were doing another artistic project and you wanted to make a documentary that had large sections of fictionalized stuff. Could you use the film credits for that?
Oh, sure. Yeah. No, the film credit was always judging a minimum spend, right? So I think it's still $300,000 for some and $50,000 for others. So yeah, if you can just hit that minimum threshold of spending, then you can qualify for tax credits in Louisiana.
Patrick Mulhern, you're welcome back here anytime. It's an absolute pleasure making your acquaintance. Best of luck to you, by the way.
Yeah,
thanks for making the time.
What a pleasure being here. I just want to say one thing. Hey, Lindsay, Franklin, Tennessee is the faith-based film capital of America. I don't know if you knew that, but
you know what? I didn't know it in those exact terms, but I'm not shocked. The church on every corner, the music lovers and faith-based, and I see a lot of them. I meet a lot of them. So let me know when you get down here, and we'll pray, and then we'll go honky tonk. How about that?
Sounds like a plan.
Hashtag balance.
What is
Okay,
good. Sinners on Saturday, Saints on Sunday. It's Patrick
buddy.
Mulhern and Lindsay Lawler. We're going to take a quick break here, come back on the other side. Lots of stuff still coming your way here on Road Gang Radio. And go to trucktown.com. Get out of the ditch. Get back on the road. You got to do what, Lindsay?
Gotta get up and truck down. We're talking dinosaurs next and extinction. Don't go away.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
And you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Woo! Lift off indeed. It's time to switch it up. Lindsay, Jimmy, we're back at the Fastport Studios.
Big thanks, by the way, to Fastport Studios, who are making the miracle happen over here. They're doing it through people primarily. They're making the miracle happen for folks out there who are looking for ways to give veterans a purpose-filled life. Go to fastport.com or go to nationalapprenticeship.org. Good morning to you, Lindsay.
Good morning, Jim. You know what? I'm excited. Okay. My favorite show ever is Friends. I love Ross the paleontologist, and I feel like most of my dinosaur information comes from Ross the paleontologist on Friends, and I know that it's usually not accurate, probably. So I'm excited to get schooled, Jim, this morning from our next guest, who is going to really take us into, we're going to be talking about extinction here, and I'm equal parts nervous and excited, Jim.
I am utterly delighted by the guest who's actually coming in here today. And this is something like really, really fun because, you know, Dre and Madison made a really fun video for previewing this. And in it, Dre actually became a dinosaur and stomped on my head.
Sure did. It was my favorite thing that's ever been created.
Ever been created. The last extinction, by the way, the real science behind the death of the dinosaurs is the product of Gerda Keller, professor of paleontology and geology emeritus in the Department of Geosciences at Princeton University, where she has been a tenured faculty member since '84. She has placed over 260 scientific publications in international journals and is considered a leading authority on catastrophes, mass extinctions, and the biotic and environmental effects of impacts and volcanism. A frequent lecturer, volcanoism. A frequent lecturer, she regularly receives invitations from academic institutions around the world and then occasionally graciously shows up at places like Road Gang Radio. In recent years, her work has received increased recognition, and if you read this book, you'll understand why, and continues to make waves in the mainstream media, including the television, on the documentaries, and a widely circulated profile in the Atlantic. Gerda Keller joins us this morning, and we get to say good morning to you and welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Well, good morning. I'm very glad to be on it, and I look forward to talking with you guys.
I look forward to you schooling us and teaching us here because, you know, if you grew up loving dinosaurs like most of us, we probably learned the story that an asteroid hit Earth and kicked up dust and wiped them all out. But you say the truth is actually more complex, as we know, of course, it is. And so I just want to start right there and dig right in. You know, the single most misunderstood piece of the extinction puzzle that you can talk to us to better understand what really happened to the dinosaurs. Let's just dive in there.
Okay. To begin with, I think we should start what happened in 1980.
Okay.
No, was it 1980? It's the time when the impact theory essentially came about, and that was with a geologist from Princeton at the time, and not me. And I heard it on the radio, and so did everybody else. Namely, that a large meteorite hit Earth at some point and caused the mass extinction of the dinosaurs and a lot of other species. The author of this was mainly Luis Alvarez. She was a Nobel Prize winner, and he died in 1989. But ever since then, this was the story. In fact, this was within 1 year. He basically said this story was true. and nobody could actually say anything against him because he was a big guy, very important person. And consequently, I was at the time, I was working at the Geological Survey in Menlo Park, California. And everybody, there were probably about 100 people in this room who were listening to this radio. And everybody was shaking their heads and said, that's impossible. We know that the dinosaurs didn't get extinct from that, and so on. And so it went on. I decided not to study it and do some other work because I wanted to wait for 5 years. And by then I thought all these hoopla about the mass extinction and the dinosaurs would be over. Well, I was wrong. More wrong than I ever had been. And so after 5 years, I had started it again, and then I got, of course, it was a big conference at the time, only with from NASA and various impactors, and they were so mad at me that I ever could say that the dinosaurs did not wipe out instantly. And so, consequently, I could basically hardly talk. In other words, everybody was shouting at this conference, shouting at me how stupid I was, how ridiculous this was. And that was basically my first introduction. And it has never stopped.
So basically you went to a conference and everybody kind of hit you with an extinction event. You got hit by a meteor at your own sort of conference in regards to the reception that your ideas got. There's a moment here in the book that I wanted to share with everybody listening to give them a sense of this too, because one of the other things inside of the book is a real sense of adventure. It's when Professor Thalman tells you if you love to travel, love to sit at the beach and watch the sunset, you should choose geology. There are rocks everywhere, and you can always dream up a proposal to study them, and someone will fund your trips. And I only bring that up not because that's the reality of it. There's a lot of hard work that goes into that. But in order to do the job properly, it really is important that you actually have to get out there. I mean, digs become kind of the center of your life, because if you want to prove that it wasn't a meteor extinction event, if in fact wasn't a singular event that actually put this ball in motion, you've actually got to do a lot of traveling. And I was kind of curious, at what point do you still get out there and do a lot of it, or have you begun to slow down in any way?
Not yet.
Good.
No, I always like to travel. It's just in my nature. I started traveling the world when I was 17. And I simply left home, and I didn't return until I was 23. And the travels I did were all over the world. And in particularly, I also very much loved to learn what were wars about. Like Vietnam, for example, Thailand, Cambodia, Indonesia. Everywhere there were wars, there were killings, millions of people were killed. And to me, I should say, I was born in Switzerland, a place also called closer to it, which is Liechtenstein. You probably have never heard about that.
Oh, yeah.
It's a very tiny country.
Very tiny. Very, very tiny. Yeah.
Very, very, very small. You barely could possibly know it. In fact, last year I was invited to be the honorary citizen, even though I am a citizen. I was born there. But so I traveled and traveled, and it was dangerous, but I love danger as well. And some of the dangerous stories that you probably could never hear about is at the time it was in Laos. Laos was close to Vietnam, and there was also war going on in Cambodia, and I traveled them all. And it was at one time we went to look for places. I traveled with a companion who was actually a U.S. Military guy, and he sort of became a persona non grata, which simply means they didn't like him in Asia, because he looked at all the areas who was involved and who was killing people so many millions of them. Like, for example, in Indonesia, where they killed millions of people simply because there was no other good reason other than that a lot of the people were poor. They didn't want to kill the poor. They wanted to kill those who had money at that time. And so it went on and on and on. And I ended actually at the time when I came to the U.S., which was the first time I had gone to the U.S., and I was on my way to South America. And this was the time in the 60s of the flower children days. You know what that is?
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
I wish I was born during that time.
It was a weird time.
To say the least. To say the least.
It was a weird time, and I stayed there and I observed these people. And so they told me one day, well, so what are you studying? And I said, I never studied. I grew up too poor, and there was no money. And so I just traveled the world. And then they said, well, why don't you go to City College, take an exam, and then you see whether you can learn something. And so I went to City College, and I took an entrance exam, and I passed. And after that, I didn't intend anymore to travel the world. I decided I would study. And dinosaurs was the one thing I wanted to study.
All right, I'm going to put the brakes on here for a second, Lindsay, because I know you got a question. I want to make sure our listeners are dealing with this. So before we even get to you doing archaeological digs, before we get to you mixing it up and going against the kind of prevailing theory in dinosaur ideas, you are literally traveling the world with a military attaché who sounds like he was either in state or at the CIA, while simultaneously spending a dangerous period of time in the land of Suharto. I mean, basically, you were in Indonesia during the New Order, is what I'm understanding you. And only after that extraordinary life, do you make the decision to study paleontology. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
That is exactly the case.
Okay.
He sums it up. He sums it up perfectly.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, we're talking with Dr. Gerda Keller here, and I want, well, okay, Jim, I'm going to ask my deeper question in a second, but first I got to start out with my dumb question.
Lindsay's dumb question of the day, number one.
Okay. All right. Gerda, my dumb question is, as I mentioned at the top, so my favorite TV show is Friends. It's a comedy show. I don't know if you've seen it, but one of the main characters on it, he's a paleontologist. And I love the thing that makes me laugh every time when he and his girlfriend get in a fight, she'll say to him, Jurassic Park, it could happen, just to make him mad. And I find that funny when people say Jurassic Park, it could happen. Just your take on that kind of movie and people's disillusion of something like that. What would you say to that kind of comment?
That is funny. I think Jurassic Park is really funny.
Sure you do. That's enough said. You can leave it with that. But then to the deeper side of this. So, you've said this question and this conversation is relevant now because we might become the dinosaurs of the sixth extinction. So I want you to maybe touch on, if you will, kind of how close we are to that tipping point, how we can change it. And then, do you see parallels between the arrogance of thinking this couldn't happen to us, as it pertains to climate change or whatever we're looking at? Can you kind of speak on that?
I think this is a very good topic. In 2027, my colleagues and I, we wrote a paper. We decided, okay, look, climate change has been going on for a long time, but the politicians really never bothered about it because there was always something they wanted more, money. The politicians always were uninterested in climate change. And so we wrote this paper, and it didn't get all that much attention until a few years later, when climate change really became more important, a lot more important. At that time, we found out that we were on the verge of the next extinction because climate had changed already so much. And I read this paper just a few days ago again with one of my former students who had been working with me at the time. And both of us said, look, we should revisit this and look what today is happening. Because at the time, which is now about 17 years ago, it was, we could see where the climate was going. We could see that we were running into the next extinction. But it was not clear just how long. Was it going to take 100 years? Or was it going to take a few hundred years before that extinction would happen? Well, we know now that it is happening right now, that the next extinction is already on the way. and we may not have much more time than 100 years. Not even 100 years today. So this is the part where people always get scared. When I told my students, and I'm talking about the undergraduate students at Princeton who took my classes every year and field trips to Mexico, for example, or India for that matter, what is really happening at that time. And so one day they were telling me, look, if you are right and that the mass extinction is already going on, then we want to know where exactly and what is happening. And I said, yes, so we could, I said, okay, we'll choose a locality. And it was a very hot place at 15 degrees Celsius, 15 degrees Fahrenheit at that time. Was it Fahrenheit or centigrade? In any case, it was a very hot day. We were 15 students. 3 of them did all the work, digging and digging and digging. And then the eureka moment came. They found an outcrop, meaning the sediments that we were digging in, and it was 2 meters thick of glass spherules, tiny glass spherules that are absolutely gorgeous, absolutely new, never seen before in this. But the age of it was 200,000 years before the mass extinction. So just think about it. It was an incredible discovery. And 2 more students did it. Students actually, those ones were from Switzerland who also were doing the digging. And then we had a 3rd locality, all within 3 years. And consequently, what you know now is that the impact actually happened 200,000 years before the people like Luis Alvarez who actually decided this is where the extinction was. And it was all wrong.
Dr. Keller?
It was so wrong that they had to give up the conference.
Dr. Keller, I wanted to make you laugh because basically what he was basically saying was the extinction event happened, and then 200,000 years later there was an extinction. I mean, basically, essentially, that the timeline just doesn't match up for what they're talking about. We're out of time, by the way, and by the way, we could keep you on all morning because I really want people to read The Last Extinction. There's a lot of great discussion about some of the faulty and circular logic that has gone into that meteor, that giant asteroid, whatever it was that struck on the ground. There's a big discussion about the iridium involved in it too. A lot of really deep dive.
Absolutely.
And it's all
Absolutely.
written accessible too. That's the other thing too, Lindsay. My favorite part about this book was a lot of this information I've been exposed to before and had a hell of a time getting through it. That is not the case with The Last Extinction. It is human, it is warm, it is fun, and it's alarming, and it is well worth reading as we move further into the 21st century. Dr. Keller, thank you so much for making time for us.
And
Lindsay,
Well,
Yeah, I want to point out, Dr. Keller, and everybody listening, and please correct me if I'm wrong before we hang up. But what I find so moving and riveting here about your past, growing up in Switzerland, but the 6th of 12 children. And, grew up going to this one-room schoolhouse where you were educated, where boys were trained in math and science and girls were taught cooking and cleaning. And here you are, one of the most profound, deep scientists on our planet now, especially that I've met and talked with. So bravo to you for continuing to help us all evolve and hopefully save us from extinction. Dr. Gerda Keller, thank you for giving us your time this morning.
Well, thank you. It was fun listening to you too, even though I talk too much.
No, that's what it's all about. We wanted to hear you for sure. The book, again, everyone check out The Last Extinction, the real science behind the death of the dinosaurs. Check it out. It's available now.
They would love it. In fact, it's appearing today.
It's appearing today. Thank you. Have the best day. Everybody I know will be reading this book, that our listeners today, and we appreciate your time. Have the best day.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Take care. I got to tell you, man. Woo! Duck
I'm not
and cover.
scared. I'm not scared. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
You're
you know what else is fine?
Yeah, say it.
Well, you.
Thank you. Thank you very
This
much.
show.
Thank you.
Our listeners.
Awesome.
Sexy Jesus Phone Master Dre. He fine, boy. He fine, girl. Coming up next, Stacy Huckabuzz joining us. Dude, world-renowned photographer, writer, speaker, filmmaker. She shot everybody. Tune in.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Got ahead of myself, but God, I love hearing her say my name, and I love being able to seize the day with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack from the Fastport Studios.
Say my name, say my name.
Lindsay.
I just love that you love hearing your name.
Yeah, it rhymes with stuff.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Seize the Dre. Seize the Dre. The
Eat some
time has
hay.
come to Dre. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking
Hey,
about.
girl, hey, seize the Dre. Sexy Jesus, Phone Master Dre over there on the ones and the twos and keeping us on the air. And speaking of on the air, we have a guest that we rescheduled. She so beautifully gave us her time again. Was going to be on with us last week. Our fault.
Praise it.
Our fault. Technology sometimes a biatch, but luckily, because I am so excited about this conversation, not only because our next guest is her work is so brilliant and beautiful, and she lives somewhat down the street from me here in Nashville, and I want to talk about her new book coming up. coming out that deals with her neighborhood. But today we've got Stacy Huckabee with us. She's an internationally recognized photographer, a writer, a speaker, a filmmaker, an all-around badass, and so much more. Her work has graced everything from the cover of Marie Claire to the pages of Rolling Stone and U.S. Today. She's photographed legends like Come On, Pearl Jam, Public Enemy, David Bowie, Dolly Parton, Robert Plant. I could go on, but the interview would be over. What makes Stacy stand out, though, this is what's so beautiful about this conversation, is the empathy she brings to an image-conscious industry. All her photos don't just capture a face. They reflect back self-worth, power, beauty in a way that people often haven't really seen themselves before, which is really beautiful. She's got a new portrait book coming out this October about her own neighborhood I mentioned, which is under gentrification. Plus, her work appears on the new Dolly book and in the upcoming Michelle Obama book out in November. She's also lived, guys, through her own incredible transformation, losing 220 pounds and finding a whole new perspective on art, body image, self-confidence. I cannot wait to dive deep into her story, especially as we talk about art, aging, self-worth. Ooh, come on. Hear more. Please make welcome to the show our new friend, soon to be yours, Stacy Huckabee. Good morning, friend.
Hi, what an intro.
Well, I just want to be friends with you. Outside of being inspired by you, I think you are the epitome of what this world needs right now. So thank you for your work, sharing it with us, and giving us your time this morning. Welcome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm excited to be here this morning.
Stacy, I'm going to start with, and we've got some fun stuff to talk about too, but I want to talk about something in regards to looking at through the lens at a world that is gentrifying before your very eyes. You went through your own transformation, a physical and spiritual transformation in many ways. And, one of the things that they don't tell you, and I'm somebody who actually lost 70 pounds over the course of my life, nowhere near the heroic effort you made, but I'm a person who's lost that, and there was a lot of great things that came with it. I won't lie. I won't tell you, I want that weight back. But there were some tough things that went along with that. And I kept thinking about that in regards to a gentrification project, that people often forget that if, in fact, the area is poor or broken down, anyone who owns those homes, particularly longtime residents, see a great value to it. But there's also people who rent, get driven out. They are, with great change, great transformative change, the word change is neutral. And I was kind of wondering, given the sympathy that you shoot your subjects with, the faces where you show both pain and defiance, the full character of something, what's it been like turning a lens on a world that you've lived in all your life or lived in for a substantial amount of time to watch it change? Does the camera create distance for you that allows you to evaluate rather than be swept away by the emotions of that? Did I make any sense? I'm just obsessed with this.
It does. And I will touch on first, like the physical transformation. I think that my physical transformation was very, I've always been a photographer, but that transformation was so powerful for me because, like you alluded to and didn't go into, there are aspects of it that, I definitely wouldn't want the weight back because this world is made for straight-sized people, like airline seats, luggage, furniture. You name it. It's just easier to live in a smaller body, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. It just is a thing. But what I got frustrated with, because I'd been heavy my whole life, was that once I became more normal size, was the way that the world embraced me and treated me. And I was like, hey, wait a second. The only thing about me that's changed is literally the size of my pants. Like, I have the same capacity, I have the same intelligence, I have the same creative power, everything about me is the same. I just wear different pants now. And it made me want to lean in and showcase people beyond what we just see with our physical eyes, which is an unusual take for somebody who is a photographer by nature. And the way that translates truly into my neighborhood is sort of that way. It's like turning a lens on people and showcasing them for who they are as opposed to what you necessarily see on the outside. And when I first moved to Nashville, I moved into East Nashville, and it was right before that neighborhood. If anybody knows anything about that neighborhood, it became like the it neighborhood in Nashville, was featured in the show Nashville and all this stuff. But when I lived there, it was a very mixed neighborhood. There were artists and musicians. It had been taken down by a tornado about a decade or so before I moved in. And so most of the people that lived there were renters, low income, And then folks started moving in and buying up these properties and flipping them and turning them into this thing. And it just transformed into a neighborhood that, like, I don't even recognize anymore. And so when I moved to this neighborhood here in Madison, it felt very much the same. It's artists, it's entrepreneurs, it's very mixed as far as, like, there are a lot of Latino folks that live here. There are a lot of Black folks that live over here. There are a lot of Middle Eastern folks that live over here. And it was really important to me to be able to go out and showcase this neighborhood as it is now. Besides the fact that it's a very historic neighborhood, like in the 50s, this is where Kitty Wells lived and Hank Snow lived and Johnny Cash lived and the Carter family lived over here. And so I wanted to take a moment and reflect on this neighborhood in this moment in time before it completely transforms into Starbucks on every corner.
Yeah, and Stacy, when I first moved to Nashville 18 years ago, we lived in East Nashville for several years. That was back in 2007, and changes already happened, but it really had a feeling of storytelling, like you were part of something. And so to talk about your own book coming out that explores, as we're talking about your neighborhood under gentrification, I'm so curious how conscious or not you were in creating this book. When art and storytelling is going to spotlight these changes, how did you make sure that it stays, respectful and thought-provoking rather than becoming exploitative and, entertainment, say, for an outsider? Because that's a balance, really.
That was really important to me. So I have a partner on this book, Laura Amaral, who came to me right after I'd finished the first Dolly Parton book, and was like, hey, I've got this idea, because there was this old clock shop that used to be on Gallatin Road, and it was just this beautiful storefront, and they had these old clocks, and he's this guy who people from all over the world would send their vintage clocks to get repaired. And all of a sudden one day it was covered in neon and it was a vape shop. And she was like, oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And that was one of the very important topics of conversation that we had about doing this in a very respectful manner. And so we were very thoughtful in the people that we highlighted in this book. First of all, most of them, well, I should say almost all of them, are places that we frequent and shop. And so we know the owners, or we know the people that work there. And we wanted to do it in a way that we wanted to make sure that we showed the broad swath of people. Like, we also included a lot of the newer businesses and the newer business owners. Like, we wanted to acknowledge that this neighborhood is under change, but that we're not necessarily opposed to that change. We just want to honor what came before it as well. And so that was really important, that we made sure that we had this broad swath of things that were covered in the book. We have people that are low income all the way up to people that are multimillionaires. We've got a woman in there, Mrs. Howell, ironically, the millionaire Mrs. Howell. If anybody remembers.
Oh, love it. Yeah.
The Castaways. But we've got this woman, and she's in her 90s, and she owns a ton of land, and she is a cattle farmer, and she still has her cattle farm. And we went out onto her cattle farm and shot her. So, I mean, we as down to like some of our more eccentric street people. Like, there's literally every demographic that you can imagine that's featured in the book, because we really wanted to show the neighborhood legitimately as it is, showcasing everybody. And I think that by including everyone, it's sort of easy to avoid that type of exploitation. And in fact, I won't get into the graphic designer, but we had some trouble with the graphic designer when we first got the graphic designer. We're having this published through Vanderbilt Press, and they chose the art department that was going to handle it. And our first pass of the book, we had to get on I was like, listen, I don't want to be rude. We need to get on a Zoom call with the graphic designer, because she really kind of leaned heavily into sort of the grit and that kind of thing. And I was like, that's not what this is. Like, we're not showcasing the poor folks of Appalachia. Like, that's not what this book is. We need to highlight the beautiful parts, and we need to highlight the more expensive parts as much as we want to highlight these other areas, because we want to really showcase everyone that lives here and the neighborhood really truly as it is in the moment.
Good on you for staying true to the authenticity and the vision behind it. I mean, you can tell you're the kind of person that would never have even been a choice, but I appreciate that as opposed to just putting it out.
Yeah, and the idea of...
And I
Go
also
ahead.
think that it serves as a really beautiful historic... I mean, pardon the pun, but it really serves as a historic snapshot of like a historic neighborhood. I mean, one of the pluses, one of the upsides, one of the big selling points for me is going through Vanderbilt Press with this book was that it will live in the Nashville or the Davidson County public library system for perpetuity. So we'll always sort of stand as this historic document on this neighborhood at this moment in time.
One of the things that's really deeply moving about what you've said is the fact that, the idea of concern trolling is often a toxic sort of thing when people are supposedly protecting something. The idea is we've got to keep it poor. We've got to keep it broke. We've got to keep it, the sidewalks don't work and the potholes actually go down so far that there are demons in Tartarus who are coming up from them. And for me to hear you kind of talk about this is the idea of, no, you're simply capturing a moment in time to remind people that all of this stuff is just upheaval in many ways. And I was kind of curious, as someone who is a photographer who is, has beautiful photographs, how do you balance that energy with that? How do you balance the idea of getting the shot that looks gorgeous while at the same time still telling the truth about what's inside the shot?
Well, I mean, as someone who has looked through a lens, my whole world has been through a lens from the time I was a little kid. I mean, there's pictures of me. My uncle used to call me Little Miss Hollywood. I always had a camera. So I've always sort of viewed the world through this. I always thought that a photograph was like this magic thing that just like captured this moment. Like you could just freeze time. Like that seemed crazy to me as a child and has become a lifelong obsession with me. And I think that there is always beauty in truth. No matter what it is, no matter how gritty, no matter how dirty, there's always an element of it that's beautiful. Like some of the people that we've captured, like some of my street folks are, they haven't probably had a bath in a couple of months, but there is something so integrally beautiful about them just living and existing in our space. Like one of my favorite photographs in the book is of this guy named Marty. And he's just sort of famous for the neighborhood. He rides around on his bicycle. He's a houseless person. And I do a lot of homeless outreach as well anyway, so that's a subject for a whole other conversation. But he was dressed in just this green T-shirt, and he was on this purple bike, and he happened to be sitting in front of this mural that we have, and the mural itself at the top is spray painted, "No perfect people." And the mural is like purple and green and yellow and red, and he just was this beautiful... the colors were beautiful, the composition was beautiful, the statement was beautiful. So I think that if you go out into your world and no matter where you are, no matter what you're looking at, a spider web, people want to knock down a spider web, and I knock down spider webs as well. But if you really look at a spider web, they are the most beautiful, intricate, amazing creations. So I think that if you can flip the script in your mind and always try to look at a scenario and find the beauty in it, it is there. It just may not be our Western civilization's, standard of beauty, if you will. But I think that there is literally beauty in everything.
There is, and then that goes into, it all goes back to storytelling. And Stacey, on the show, I talk a lot about how I think people passively consume art, whether that be songs, books, movies, photographs, whatever it is. They don't think about, what went into taking the photo, producing the photo, putting it out, but also the life that had to be lived in order to snap that photo, in order to look like that in that photo. And I think myself as a songwriter, I think about that a lot when I'm writing a song, maybe about somebody else or somebody else's story. So the beauty here in the juxtaposition of the man that you just spoke of, Marty, or the homeless nature, the gentrification, that coupled with filming, photographing people, from Pearl Jam to Public Enemy to David Bowie to Dolly Parton, there's such a juxtaposition there. And I think what you're doing is showing us that reminding us we are all one. So when you're telling a story, say from like a Pearl Jam, when you're trying to tell a story with somebody that we all know, what we think we know, rather, a person, a public figure, how do you tell a story in that moment that is different from what we all think we know about them, if that makes sense?
Absolutely. And I think that it is about looking at no matter what the public perception is of whether it's a homeless person or whether it's Dolly Parton, is looking at somebody as a full human being fallible, infallible, like all of the aspects that go into a human. In fact, one of the reasons I think that I worked with Dolly for so long is my very first photo shoot that I had with her in person. Like, I had shot her live and they had used her live photos. In fact, that's the photo that'll be the cover of her next book. But the first photo shoot I had with her in studio was for her Christmas album. And when we went in, not her business manager, I hope I'm not telling too many stories. Listen,
No,
Steve
you're
Summers,
good.
if you listen to this interview, don't sue me. So when we went in, she's got a day-to-day guy with her, Steve Summers, who's just a delight of a human being. But he is her day-to-day guy. He designs all of her clothes, but he's with her all day, day in and day out, and she trusts him implicitly. And we went into that shoot, and he was like, listen, don't spend a bunch of time trying to direct her. Like, she's basically got like 3 poses, and that's it. Just like, get it and move on. And I was like, are you insane? Like, she's Dolly Parton. I guarantee you she's got more than 3 poses in her. And so when she got in front of the camera, and I just have been always one of those people, or maybe it was just because in the 90s I spent so much time with people that went on to become huge famous stars like Pearl Jam and that type of thing. But I'm not very much a starstruck kind of person in general. Now, I was excited. I was so nervous. But she's just a person, you know what I mean? And she's funny and she's affable. And so when she got in front of the camera, like, we just started playing and bantering. And because it was Christmas, she had on this red dress. And I was like, oh my God, when I was a kid, Best Little Whorehouse was like my favorite movie. And you were giving me straight Miss Mona vibes. And I started singing, it's just a itty bitty. And she immediately jumped in with me. And we were dancing and singing and playing. And when he came over to look at the shots that we were getting, he was like, oh my God, like, you're pulling something out of her that we haven't seen in a long time. And she has said to people and has said publicly that I'm one of her favorite photographers to work with. And I think it's because I don't pigeonhole her into being like, this is a photo shoot for Dolly Parton, and so it's got to look this certain way, and she's got to be this certain thing. Like, I just allow her to be a person, just like anybody else. And I think that you have to do that whether you are dealing with a person who's houseless or with somebody like Dolly Parton, like letting them be the person that they are underneath the guise of what society has depicted them to be.
So beautiful.
I want to do just a little kind of tiny pivot from the purely sublime to something that is so ridiculous it becomes sublime in its own kind of beautiful way. This morning, it was a happy accident. We actually did a story about a man in Spain who's is a chronic world record setter. He can't help himself. He does it just in his sleep. He set the world's record for running backwards in high heels. And
oh my God.
And by the way, his calves look exactly like you think they would look. And of course, you know, I'm referring to This Shoe Doesn't Fit. And I wanted you to talk about the editorial process of this, because some of these pictures, from the beautiful African American man leaning against the wall to the veteran, the amputee, to people on their front lawns, to people just, you know, and to talk about your own personal projects and the decisions you make when putting together an editorial like this. What kind of goes into it? And do you find your way through, or do you plan this? Do you say, okay, I want to do this, and then you lay it out and outline? How do you approach a project like that?
I don't think I've ever planned anything in my life.
I like you already.
Like, I just sort of, the Madison book that I've coming out, like, that day at lunch, she was like, okay, we should make a list. And I'm like, I think we should just start shooting. Like, I think we should just, and literally that week, we just started walking into businesses and being like, hey, this is our idea. Would you like to be a part of it? And when it came to that particular editorial, somebody had given me, and I don't want to get political necessarily on this news show, but somebody had given me that pair of, this is kind of a funny story and a little inappropriate, but somebody had given me a pair of those Ivanka Trump shoes. She had found them in her closet, and she was like, I don't know what to do with them, and I don't want to donate them, but I figure you'll figure out something to do with them. And so I was sitting at home one night, and a friend had been over, a musician had been over, and had been smoking a little gardening variety.
Little Mary Do You Wanna? Little Mary Do You Wanna?
And after he left, I was like just examining the shoes, and they were really ostentatious. Like, they were covered in like crystals, and they were tiny. Like, they were like a size 5. Like, they were the tiniest little shoes. And then I turned them over, and it said all man-made material and made in China. And I just thought it was so funny considering the fact that he had just been elected president, running on this whole like made in America, no China, like there were all of these things. And I just thought it was such a funny juxtaposition. And I was like, these shoes sort of represent for me personally everything that's kind of wrong with this whole administration, is that it's all just kind of horse dookie and it doesn't really fit anybody that I know. The shoes don't fit anybody that I know. And so I put out a post on social media and was like, hey, I'm looking for a bunch of diverse folks, like holler, that that may have a problem with this administration. In what way this administration doesn't fit your life? And it was 8 days. In 8 days, I had 50 people reach out to me from all different walks of life. And then that's where the idea was born, of people trying to cram their feet into these tiny ostentatious shoes that don't fit, and explaining, the one thing about this that didn't fit. Now, the black gentleman that you're talking about, ironically, was the first portrait that I did. And I had a flat tire, and I was on my way to my first portrait, had a flat tire, and that kid came over and helped me with my tire. I think his name was Martin. Was it I think his name was Martin.
Yeah.
And I had the shoes on me, and I just was like, would you be willing to do this for me? And he was like, yeah. And he, knew what his future held. He knew he knew the generational poverty that he was in, and was very aware of what his future held, and was very frustrated by that forthcoming thing that he just knew he was going to be a part of. And I was so struck by and that's the thing with people, they're so complex. So here's this kid who knew that he was born into generational poverty, had this idea, he worked at a fast food restaurant, knew that his future was probably going to be exactly that, and yet took time out of his day to help this white lady with this expensive camera equipment fix a flat tire. Like, the complexities of humans, I get teary thinking about it. Like, and I still wonder to this day what happened to that kid. Like, such a sweet human being, and yet was so aware of what was going to happen. And I think doing that as the first portrait really pushed me into that series, to really talk to the people that I was dealing with, because a lot of the people that were in that series, not a lot of them, but several of the people in that series did actually vote for him and were for that administration, but there were things about that administration they were frustrated with, like the gentleman in the wheelchair with one leg. Like, he was a veteran and had lost his leg in war, and was like, I'm so against his immigration policy. Like, I lost this leg in war for our rights as Americans. And he was frustrated by that aspect of the administration. And then we had the transgender woman who had worked for the government. Like, she was a government employee, but because she had transitioned, had been pushed down to the basement and eventually just completely pushed out of her job that she loved and missed and wanted to be a part of, but was so frustrated by these anti-trans policies that were in place. And so it really allowed me to explore different people's perspectives. And then, of course, we raised some money through the show that was eventually done for it. And we chose organizations that these people felt strongly about. I tried to take myself out of it and allow the money to go to the places that these folks felt strongly about sending money to. But it was a really powerful thing for me, because I didn't know a lot of these people, and some of the folks that allowed me to do it, like there was a Muslim woman who got permission from her synagogue to let me into her synagogue. And like, there were all of these people. It was fascinating. And in that series, it was very important for me to not have them come to me. I wanted to go to them in their environment, to have them express to me what it was that didn't fit for them.
Well, that's, I mean, the epitome of knowing somebody, seeing someone, and letting them be them, and fly their freak flag or whatever their flag is in their comfortable scenario. We're talking with Stacey Huckaba. You can go to Stacey, that's STACIE, Stacey Huckaba, HUCKEBA.com. We will also post her website. We just have a couple minutes left, but I want to ask you quickly, Stacey, because the idea of aging, especially as it pertains to women, I mean, you've written powerfully about body image and sexism, but touching on ageism, especially for women in music, I have a dear friend who's a vocal coach here in Nashville, and coaches a lot of women that names who lose their voice as they get older. And I believe as does my friend, that it's not so much they're losing their voice because they can't sing, because we've been programmed to think we're aging out. As that pertains to anybody you film, this could really go across any industry, though. Tell me your take on aging. If it's a confidence thing, I think we choose how we wear that. Do we own it as we get older, or do we let ourselves believe that because of a certain age we cannot act, sing, dance, drive a truck, whatever it may be anymore?
Well, ironically, this is also a topic that I am knee deep into right now, because I have found myself as somewhat of a, I hate to say it sounds so corny, but I'm a bit of a TikTok influencer. And I've got around 75,000 followers or something like that on TikTok, which
that
in
counts.
the scope of TikTok is still a small creator. But the majority of my TikTok audience are women over the age of 40, and most of my content is geared towards them, about encouraging them to get dressed every day, to put on what you want to wear, to either go naturally faced or not a lot of makeup, or to just show up authentically as ourselves and to be seen in a world that somehow doesn't think that we count, and how much you do actually count, and how much you have to contribute, and how much you have to value. One of my most viral videos, I went on a rant about the new Sex and the City spinoff that is now dead. But what bothered me about it was that when I was in the age of the show, I'm the same age as the women, is that there was something very relatable in every episode that everybody could relate to. And in the new series of it, I feel like they missed so many opportunities, because there was nobody in that show that people resonated with. Like, you didn't resonate with any of the characters, what they had turned them into. And they had missed such an opportunity to lean into the interesting aspects of women in their 50s and the stories that women in their 50s have to tell, and the things that they're going through. And I think that's one of the reasons they got canceled, is because they just ignored the demographic and painted everybody as these bumbling tech fools who couldn't figure out how to navigate a restaurant with an iPad, and like the relationships were weird, and you had to lean back on people you had dated 20 years ago, and like they just missed the mark. Because women over 40 are some of the most fascinating women that I've ever known in my life. And you think about characters like Iris Apfel, like people love her, and there's a reason, because she's fascinating and has stories to tell and has lived these lives.
People love you. Stacy, we're out of time. Listen, we could talk to you forever. Would love to have you back. Jim, I think Stacy would be a fascinating guest. Stacy, I have a show called We Should Write about the healing power of writing. I think your perspective on how we write through photos, through storytelling, could be a really interesting aspect. Everybody head on over to StacyHuckabee.com. Her new book will be out in October. You can see her work on the new Dolly book, the new Michelle Obama book coming out in November. We appreciate you so much, and I hope to continue the conversation with you soon, Stacy.
Thank you guys so much.
Your dream. Jim, coming up next, Trucking with Ida, yo.
Yeah, our good friend Louis Pugh is unleashed, talking about people out there saying there ain't no truck parking shortage. Out of their minds. And the lady who's responsible for writing the English proficiency proposal is going to be joining our good friends Scott and Ashley. We'll be back tomorrow with Road Gang Radio.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Len Company.
I think the truck parking club on this deal needs to retract all these things. They need to get rid of all this clickbait bullshit that they had out there on Facebook and other social media platforms. Clean it up.
And welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackbird.
Just heard from Louis Pugh there, Executive Vice President of OIDA.
Fired up.
Calling out the Truck Parking Club, which we did last week. We talked about that report that claimed there is no truck parking shortage. There is.
Yes.
We're going to hear from Louie here in a little bit, along with Tyson Fisher of Landline Magazine, who's been covering this story extensively.
Yes, we're also going to hear from Natasha Cruz Sanchez, an OOIDA member. I talked to her a few months ago. She's a truck driver, started a coffee company. We're not talking to her about that today. She recently filed a petition to establish English proficiency as a formal endorsement. We're going to find out about that.
Looking forward to it. In the meantime, let's turn to Louie Pugh and Tyson Fisher, who have more than a few thoughts about that Truck Parking Club study on the truck parking crisis. And, I suppose we can start by asking a very blunt question. Is there a truck parking shortage, Tyson and Louie?
Go.
Go.
Oh, are we recording?
Yeah.
Or is
Yes,
this the thing we're doing? Because you would think that's a rhetorical question, right?
You would think it's a rhetorical question.
One would think, because, there absolutely is. It's almost as ridiculous as the driver shortage conversation. It's like, why are we having this conversation in 2025? I mean, so yes, there is absolutely a parking shortage, yeah.
Louie? I know you're going to take the opposite stance.
No, I tend to agree with my
Good.
counterpart here, or cohort, or whatever you want to call him.
Sure.
But yeah, Tyson's correct. We know this is something the OOIDA has been battling for decades upon decades. I mean, the first time I ever went to Washington, D.C. as a board member, and I know I've said this before, was in like 2005 or 6. And what was it for? Parking issues in the state of Virginia and parking. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a parking shortage. We can see it if you take a road trip anywhere in this country and you drive after about 8 o'clock at night, you'll see trucks parked everywhere, and it's because they have nowhere to go. And unfortunately, there's places, unfortunately, there's a lot of places out there that they could park, but they're either not allowed or they can't have access to. There's many reasons why they can't be used. But yes, there is huge parking shortage.
This, it's almost like I don't know where to start with all this, because this report has stirred up a bunch of feelings, a bunch of confusion, and it just flies in the face of exactly what you're talking about, Louie. Any truck driver you talk to out there will acknowledge that they have at one point or on a daily basis have trouble finding truck parking. There is a truck parking shortage. We're in a truck parking crisis. That is what we know, which is why when this report came out, and I think we're going to talk about the way it's been presented as well, it has, again, stirred up so many different feelings because it flies in the face of what we know. Tyson, you've been covering this report from the beginning. You put out a great piece on landline.media, kind of taking whacks at different parts of it that don't quite compute with reality. Again, not knowing where to start here, just your initial reactions to the report, I guess, how are you trying to frame this as you look at everything that's coming out from Truck Parking Club?
I mean, it's so multi-layered that, where do you begin?
Yeah.
I will say this, as far as the research goes, this was commissioned by Truck Parking Club, right? And the direction, as far as I can tell, was, find out how many parking spaces, private parking spaces that, truckers don't have access to, find out how many there are. That's a nearly impossible task. So from the get-go, this researcher was tasked with something that's nearly impossible to determine. I mean, we just don't have that data. That data just does not exist. And so because of that, this researcher just had to find a way to come up with those numbers. And in the paper, he even says, there's a 25% uncertainty level, which is massive.
That's a big one.
That is a huge uncertainty level. For regular research, you're talking low single digits typically. So right out of the gate, it's like, hey, take this with a massive grain of salt. And so then from there, again, this researcher just did the best that he can do with the very limited data as far as, private spaces. And then we come up with this huge number of millions of parking spaces. Well, what that does not account for is, a whole lot of things, which is a lot of these are unsafe parking spaces, right? Or there are a variety of reasons by which these truckers cannot park there. We have been saying for how long to shippers to, open up your lots,
Oh, yeah, forever. That's common sense. Why not? Why does shippers, and I mean, I know when I was trucking, I liked to either be parked at my receivership or first ammo and be first in line or whatever.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you know, and a lot do. I mean, credit to a lot because there's a lot out there that do and try to make it available. But
Sure.
but yeah, I mean, and also you don't know where these spots that are listed in this study. Are there even anywhere where there isn't? Because there are places in this country that there really isn't a need. Even though we have a shortage, there are places that have more capacity than what's needed. But I mean, not a lot, but they're still out there. And, you know, I think what we need is, and what truckers are wanting, and from what we see from the millions of studies they've done before, you want stuff as close to where you have to load or unload, you know.
Sure, yeah.
So mainly so you don't have to fight traffic in the morning trying to get somewhere.
Right, which is common sense.
So, I mean, so that's part of the issues right there, right? And you know, throughout the study, several times, the researcher even he specifically mentions the shortage. He acknowledges that there is a truck parking shortage for sure. There's one part of the paper where he says, like, well, maybe not with all these other spaces, but for the most part, he acknowledged the existing problem here. The issue that really came was that you know, the way that this research was presented. And so again, the Truck Parking Club was the one that commissioned the study. They paid for this study. And when they released it, they had this big, you know, graphic on social media in bold print that said explicitly, there is no truck parking shortage. That's a problem because, well, it's not true. But not only is that not true in the reality, but the research didn't really say that at all. You know, in so many ways you could maybe extrapolate that from the research, but it never explicitly said there is no truck parking shortage because it's not true. That study doesn't necessarily come to that conclusion. But for some reason, Truck Parking Club had to put that narrative out, whether it was for clickbait or whatever. It doesn't matter because that is the narrative that they put out there. That is the way they represented the study, and that is a problem in and of itself. And so I think the trucking industry is, and absolutely should, take issue with the framing of this study as a no parking shortage narrative because it's not true. And on top of not being true, it can be damaging to the decades worth of, you know, advocacy and work at Capitol Hill that has been taking place.
And to take it one step farther, not only did they put the big headline out there, but then they put a description where they pulled certain things out of the study to back up, showing that it looks like there's no shortage.
Misrepresenting.
And now we can all say, and them as well, that if you read the study, then you can kind of get to what Tyson's saying. But it's a 30-some page study.
Who's reading the study?
Who's reading it? Nobody, you know, people read summaries, people read, you know, conclusions of these things. Not very many people, unless they're researcher folks like our great people in Foundation and our great landline people for stories, read these entire studies. They look at the conclusions that, you know, whatever there's out there. And that's the really sad, unfortunate. Not only do you put this big clickbait post out there, but then you put all these things backing up what you're saying.
Well, then you have news outlets picking up that very thing and running with it.
You know,
That's the other frustrating part.
It's a major problem in journalism in general, which is too many reporters do not actually read the freaking study. They don't, you know, and it's a major problem. They're looking at the summary, they're looking at the press releases, and those who do read the studies don't necessarily know how to read studies, you know. I mean, I'll go ahead and I'll toot my own horn here. It's just like, you know, with the foundation, you know, backing of the foundation and all that, we were able to actually read the study and analyze the study before we even reported on it. That's why we waited so long, because we saw some of these red flags. Like, wait. I see this press release. I see this post. It does not jibe with what I am reading because I read the whole 32 pages or whatever it was. It's like these two things do not equal each other. You know, they're not the same. And some of it contradicts each other. And so that's where these red flags started raising, and we started to say, wait a second, what's really going on here? And that kind of leads us to, you know, where we are today.
And to take that again farther, folks on Capitol Hill, they don't read studies either.
Right.
And I mean, we know that truck parking, and, you know, going back to what Tyson said, this is something that we've been working on for decades on Capitol Hill. You know, OIDA, other trucking organizations and folks, we've all been working trying to get some parking. And, you know, truckers pay millions if not billions, into the Highway Trust Fund and taxes on fuel, on tires, all these plates, all these things. That's money that's their money. That money needs to be, some of that money needs to be going to parking. And I would say they don't mind giving money to cops to write you a ticket for not parking in a safe place or not taking a break when you. There's no reason that this money shouldn't. So this isn't like it's just handout welfare money. But to take it is bipartisan on the Hill. As we've known, it's gaining a lot of momentum on the Hill. But there's still lawmakers who don't want to either spend the money or don't think we need to spend the money or this needs to be done or something. And there's other people out there in private that don't want this, that's lobbying against this as well. Things like this are just what they need to ruin this on the Capitol. And, that's what you got, some low-level staffer who's trying to do research on 100 different issues for his lawmaker. And if it's something this lawmaker is against, such as truck parking, he finds this is like the goose that laid the golden egg for him. And I mean, that's what they're going to use, that headline and those descriptions. They're going to pull those out that you pulled out for them already. And I said, we don't need this. It said right in their thing, there's no need for government intervention. That this can all be taken care of the private sector. That's all some lawmaker who doesn't want to spend that money. That's all they need right there.
Yeah. Very clear that it, would be good for business. One thing, Tyson, I know you did in your article that I thought was interesting was comparing this to, tobacco companies back in the day doing studies themselves.
Yeah. Smoking's not that bad for you.
It's good for you.
Fine.
Right. Well, it's not uncommon for a company or an industry to commission a study to its own interest, right? Inherently, it's not necessarily bad, but it should be, anytime that happens, you should be skeptical right off the bat. You should be skeptical and find out, what's the angle here, and then from there, look at the numbers and all that. So again, when private industry commissions a study, I mean, that is a small red flag right off the bat.
Consider the source.
Consider the source. Follow the money. That whole all those tropes. I mean, and it's definitely true in this situation. And so I do think right here it does, comparing it to the tobacco companies of the past, I think it's apt here because it certainly wanted to come to a certain conclusion. Now, I'm not accusing the researcher of, fudging numbers to reach that conclusion. I'm certainly not suggesting that. However, at the very end of the paper it says, well, all this can be solved through, certain private sector companies like Truck Parking Club, and then it gives truck parking clubs, contact information. It's little stuff like that doesn't seem like it's a big deal, but in the world of research and then, conflicts of interest, it is a problem, and so it is kind of worth noting. But again, when you just look at the numbers themselves and you dissect the data, all of that kind of comes into reality. It's like, yes, some of these numbers are they should be questioned, and that's what we're doing right now. We're just questioning it. We're questioning the methodology, which is not publicly available, by the way. It's proprietary information. So,
which is understandable. We should, in all fairness,
It
understandable.
is.
However,
when
you have these questions,
we want to be able to replicate the data if possible. And again, I get the proprietary nature of it, so it's not extreme criticism on my part. But when we have these questions, we have to kind of bring that up. It's like, how do we get to these numbers? But again, you look at the research, it still doesn't say anything about the no existence of a parking shortage. That is a narrative that's being painted by the person who commissioned it.
Can we explore a little more this idea of the damage that this can cause? Because I can see people out there thinking, what's the big deal? We're putting this thing out. We're obviously trying to, get some business in, et cetera, et cetera. Lou, you kind of talked about on Capitol Hill, the damage that can be done. And also the tobacco company parallel. I see parallels here, and somebody brought it up earlier, to the driver shortage narrative. And again, considering the source there. And we saw how quickly that took off and spread like a wildfire throughout Capitol Hill, to where lawmakers were repeating, about this quote unquote driver shortage time and time again. And I think we're finally getting to a point now where maybe that's sort of being pushed back. But to your point, Louis, this has the potential for, kind of spreading as well and then causing issues down the line. that's a huge concern as we again try to solve this problem.
It's terribly huge. I mean, let's think the driver shortage thing's been going on for like 40
Forever.
years.
Yes, yeah.
You know, I mean, one stupid thing like that came out, and it's taken, almost 40 years. And I agree. I think it's pretty much, there's only one organization out there now that keeps doubling down on it.
Well, you have lawmakers now pushing back against
but even
the narrative.
lawmakers
Yeah.
and everybody's realizing, I mean, there's plenty of studies to show that
Right.
that isn't true either. But yeah, this can do a lot of damage. And the real damage, if we want to be honest, where it really falls into is on the trucker. I mean, one thing about this piece we know, it wasn't done to enhance truckers or to help truckers in any way that I can see, because if you're some trucker at 10 o'clock at night trying to find a place to park, you see that somebody's putting out that there's no truck parking shortage and how all this stuff that they put. That would pretty much make you pretty mad and think, what planet are you on?
Yep.
But I mean, it affects the trucker. It affects everybody out here because it just continues the inefficiency of our supply chain because, as we know, truckers from surveys that are, I guess we'd say much more accurate, truckers shut down on average an hour earlier a day. They find a safe place or they don't finish their day. So they leave hours on the table. They leave miles out there that they didn't get to run and with freight, which means whenever that happens, which it happens not only for this, but for other things, detention, all these things, is we need more trucks. And that puts more trucks out there, which means we need more parking, which creates more congestion, more trucks. It's the ever-ending cycle. You're correct. And that's what stuff like this, when this happens, we're trying to fix these problems because I firmly believe we don't need as many trucks or drivers or everything as we have out there, just because if we just were more efficient. And when it comes to detention time, truck parking, those are the two leading efficiency things out there that we leave so many hours and miles on the tables that drivers could be getting, which would definitely reduce the number of trucks that we need on the highway, would definitely reduce the number of parking places we need on the highway. And this parking problem is so big now. One spot for every 11 trucks. Safe spot.
Yep.
Safe spot. It's become such a massive problem where Truck Parking Club, in my opinion, really messed this up. And we've said this all along the way. They act like their model, what they want to do, and companies like them, that's the answer to this problem. Okay, there's no one answer to fixing this problem. We have a bill on Capitol Hill, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, that this could derail. We don't think that's the end-all, be-all of this problem either. It's going to take our bill. It's going to take state and local. It's going to take the FMCSA grants that are going out there. It's going to take Truck Parking Club and company and other pay for people. Yep. It's going to take city planners, state planners going into there and finding ground that they have, whether in talking to their shippers, their receivers that are in their districts about opening up their lots and allowing truckers to stay there. It's going to take more truck stops expansion. It's going to take everybody to fix a problem this massive. And to try to do a survey and make it sound like we're the end-all, be-all, all we need to do is come up with some technology fix to connect trucks to spaces, problem solved, we can move on to the next. That is just so short-sighted and so narrow-minded. It blows my mind.
Yeah. Is there a way to frame this conversation to where, I suppose, is there a way that Truck Parking Club, I should say, could have framed this report that would have kind of said what you're saying there, Louis? I mean, there is obviously a way they could have framed it, but I'm just trying to think of the different ways in which different roads they could have taken as a result of this report. And there are a number of them. They took this one that we don't understand, but they could have come out and said there are so many inefficiencies, or there are good things in the report essentially pointing out the problems, right?
Yeah, again, it acknowledges a shortage, and even says, I mean, I can't verify these numbers, but I think they said like there's a shortage, like a deficit of about like 1.7 million spots. I don't know if you can't verify that, but let's just say it's off by 10 or 15%. That's still a lot of trucks parking. So that's a significant shortage, and that's something we all agree on, and that study kind of does highlight. And so yeah, there's some stuff in there that I don't think that anyone questions. It's just the stuff that is questionable. The 23.4 million spots on private lots. We can't verify that. Are those safe spots? The thing is, you look at, different, it's not just Truck Parking Club, but other parking apps. A lot of these spots, it's just like a gravel lot.
Yeah. Or are they efficient in inefficient areas?
Are they in inefficient areas? And the other thing we're forgetting about is the human behind the wheel here. So when we're looking for parking spaces, I don't think the human being behind that wheel wants just a spot to rest.
Right.
They need restrooms and showers and food, things that traditional truck stops can offer. Rest areas can give you a lot of that too. But a lot of these, pop up, pay to play spots don't offer any of that. So we're losing the humanity, the literal humanity behind the trucking operations here. And so, but to get back to your question though, like how can you have framed this and whatever, yes, there are spots that are not being used that could otherwise be used. And yes, the private sector has the ability to unlock some of those. But as Louis pointed out, it is just a small part of a very large equation to solve this problem here. And the way that's being phrased it kind of just sounds like, it's like, no, this is how we do it. This is how we solve the problem. It's like, you let us tap into all these millions of parking spaces, boom, problem solved. Yeah, it doesn't work like that because, again, Louis pointed out, the trucking industry has been telling shippers to open up their lots for decades, and they haven't.
Stop treating them like second-class citizens.
Exactly right. And so a private, someone who's been in this space for 3 years now, they're not going to come in and shippers will be like, oh, well, since you praise it like that, we'll just stop doing what we've been doing for decades.
Sure.
There's a lot of logistics problems with that.
The only thing I would say on that is, I think there are shippers and receivers, if they can figure out how to monetize it.
Oh, yeah.
And, and that's the only thing. But I think that's a slippery slope because, it's one thing to charge if you've got a lot or a garage or whatever. Even if you're a truck stop, I'm not advocating for this at all. Sure. But if they want to charge it, that's their thing. But if you're going to have to start paying your shipper and your receiver
that's a no-go.
To come in there and park, that's a
non-starter.
Big time. But I know that there's probably shippers and receivers
who are already thinking about it.
Maybe this is a good idea, and we don't really have to do it. Let's face the facts. Most of your big shippers and receivers, they move their shipping and stuff into 3PL networks and stuff like that. They don't even have traffic departments anymore. Somebody else does it for them.
Yeah.
And just think how easy it would be if you're a Walmart distribution center and you got 100 spots out there and a company can come in here and set up a trucking Airbnb per se, and now you can sleep at this Walmart distribution center for $25, or while we take 8 hours to unload your trailer.
You just scared the daylights out because once that horse is out of the barn,
oh boy,
everybody's going to do that.
And again, there's a lot of good shippers and receivers, but there's a lot of shippers and receivers that wouldn't bat an eye to do something.
And of course, the big problem with that is who's paying for it. It's the driver.
And the driver.
Companies aren't going to.
They're not footing the bill.
Are footing that bill. So for company drivers, they're screwed.
Yeah, and we did a study a year ago, I think. On that, our foundation, and over 50% of company drivers are never reimbursed for their parking.
Just another tax.
The companies out there, hats off to them for doing it, and good for them, and they should, and love to talk to them and promote them for doing such good things like that. But there's a lot of companies out there, they're not paying, and when you're a trucker making $600-700 a week after taxes, and you got a family to feed, now you got to shout another $20-30 a night for a place to park. And for company drivers, they can't even get that back in their taxes. That's just gone.
Yeah.
At least an owner-operator, for what it's worth, you can claim it on your taxes and get some back that way. But if you're an employee driver, that's just money out window. And again, to tell you, as a trucker, bathroom showers and all those things are important, and I'm not saying that they're not. And you'd rather have places that do have them. But if it gets you close and you can do without, because you still got truck stops. But if I got to pay to park somewhere, now that becomes,
You better be getting something for your money other than a spot.
Yeah, I would at least like to have a freaking bathroom if I'm paying, and I'd like to know that I'm going to, in a good, safe neighborhood, just not anywhere.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here? Feels a bit helpless.
Well, in my opinion, and in OIDA's opinion, where we need to go from here is this. I think the truck parking club on this deal needs to retract all these things. They need to get rid of all this clickbait bullshit that they had out there on Facebook and other social media platforms. Clean it up. I think they need to go back and reevaluate their study and their research and present it in an honest, straightforward manner of how it was. Maybe get some more data. I mean, part of me wonders why they even did it, because we know there's a million studies out there already about parking and shortages. We don't really need any more studies, in my opinion. What we need is to be put in payment. But again, they had their reasons. They're a private company. They're a for-profit organization. I feel this was done for investment, whether it's getting more spaces or investors to invest in their company. This wasn't done for truckers.
No.
At all.
I think you're
Let's
spot
just be
on.
clear.
Yeah.
So, but retract it, put it out correct, put that information out correctly, put it out for truckers and pro truckers, and help build their business by being a little bit friendlier to truckers in that sense, and also help move the needle on Capitol Hill and other places in our industry. The only way our industry gets better if all players in our industry try to work together to make it better. And this is not making it work better, but put that stuff out correctly and promote it correctly.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
And we're back. When we left you, we were talking with Louis Pugh, Executive Vice President of OIDA, and Tyson Fisher of Landline Magazine about that truck parking club study. And I'll use study in quotes here. Let's pick it right back up with the two of them to kind of go over what else we learned. This conversation, every time something like this comes up, it always reminds me of just how difficult it can be out there for folks. Because in this conversation, we've talked about the lack of truck parking. We've talked about, in one way or another, inefficiencies in the supply chain, restroom access, driver retention. It's all connected when we talk about these things, these frustrations that truck drivers have to deal with on an everyday basis. And then when a report, I think that's why it has ginned up such an emotional response from a number of people, is that when you see a report like this, again, that flies in the face of what they are dealing with on a everyday basis, it's insulting and it is frustrating that we have this thing that says, oh no, this isn't a problem actually, but give us some money and we'll solve this part of it. It just strikes me that it's all tied together in one way or another.
The unfortunate truth, and it's just totally unfortunate, it's been this way forever in my, it is that truckers get treated worse than if you have a pet in your car. And that's pretty damn sad. There's states out there with idling rules and all these different things, for truckers and all this stuff. If you did that to an animal, you'd go to jail.
You'd have the cops called on you.
Yeah, you'd get the cops called. But for a trucker, who cares if he can't idle his truck? Who cares if he doesn't have a place to park? Who cares if he doesn't have a bathroom or proper facilities? Who cares? And, I've been in hearings. I've sat in hearings in the U.S. Senate where they were more worried about where to stop and give livestock a break, which, hey, I got cows, and I understand they appreciate their livestock.
Yeah.
But nobody ever even talked about, what about the trucker?
Yeah, the human being.
What about the guy on it? Because,
yeah.
I try to remind people all the time, there's a human being behind that wheel of that truck.
Yeah.
All people see is that great big truck, and whether they're intimidated, don't like it, it's going slow, whatever their problem with it. They forget there's a human being in there just like them, a person with a family who just wants to do their job, bring you the things you need, and go home.
Yeah. If we're looking for good to come out of this, the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, this is the time more than any to reach out to your representative and get them on board with this, because we always talk about it, this would not solve the truck parking crisis, but it would go a long way towards solving a lot of the problems that are part of the bigger puzzle.
Yeah, you talk about next steps. just continue to do what we have been doing, which is, continue to reach out to, lawmakers and policymakers, and not just at the federal and state level. Louis kind of alluded to this. It's very important, probably even more important at the local level, because these are the people who are approving of zoning laws and stuff like that, that determine whether or not they can use any money that they could have access to do that. So, yes, certainly engage with governments at all levels. And you mentioned the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act. You go to fightingfortruckers.com. You definitely, have a form to, reach out to your lawmakers there. Just continue to advocate for more truck parking, for government funding at truck parking. And again, I can't emphasize enough the local level, because, the parking zone column that I write for every magazine issue, I'm constantly reporting on the NIMBY crowd, right? And that's because they're just the loudest, most vocal ones who are not showing up at these, these city council meetings, or people who are for these truck stops, which I know there are many. So again, engage, get involved. It goes a long way. This Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act has gained more steam each time it is reintroduced. And it's getting to a point to where it's going to be hard to ignore. It's almost at a 50-50 split, Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah.
It's big. We all agree on this issue. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. The entire industry, minus one person now, we all agree, and we don't agree on a lot in this industry, but we all agree that truck parking is an absolute problem. Yeah.
And you're right, Tyson, and that's where truckers fall short. And I did when I was a trucker too. We don't worry about things in our local area because it doesn't affect us in our local area. We already have a parking place or no. It's very important as a local trucker, because trucking is a brother or sisterhood, however you want to look at it. You need to go to your local area to help the trucker that's 2 states away, and the trucker that's 2 states away needs to go to his local and stand up. Because you're right, when you go to these state things and municipal things, there's nobody there. And I know it's hard as a trucker, but that's things. But the one thing you can do, no matter where you are in the country or what time you are in the country, is you can call your lawmaker, you can send them a message. And we make it very simple. You can go to fightingfortruckers.com. If truckers would take the time to message their lawmakers like they did to write comments for FMCSA, which takes much longer time to do comments than to just message your lawmaker, we could have truck parking in no time. If truckers would all just start calling their lawmaker and say, pass the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act now. This is what I need. That's all a quick 2-minute phone call or a quick 2 minutes on Fighting for Truckers saying a message. You would be amazed how fast we could get this done. And that's what truckers need to do.
Well, we talked to Congressman Josh Prakeen recently, and he said that very thing, that he wants to hear from constituents. He wants to hear from truck drivers, and other lawmakers do too, about what they're seeing out there, what they're dealing with. And these lawmakers have so much going on, they can't pay attention to every issue, and they appreciate hearing from people who can kind of explain it in terms that they can understand.
And they're hearing a million things about a million different things from a million different people. And there's plenty of people out there talking against you. I challenge every trucker out there. That 50 minutes that you shut down early in the evening after you can't find a place to park, right there is your perfect time to send a message to your lawmaker and said, I had to shut down and I lost an hour's worth of work today or 2 hours or whatever because there's no safe place for me to park. You need to fix this now. Truck parking safe. That quick, and it is done. And you're right. If you don't contact your lawmakers and don't tell them you have a problem, I hate to say it, but you ain't got nothing to bitch about.
Yeah,
you can't. If you can either get in and try to help fight this problem, or just deal with it.
And you know who has their ear? It's the lobbyists that are going in there with their money and telling them what their big money donors want them to.
And truck parking, as I say, it's not sexy.
I disagree, Louis.
Lawmakers aren't out there. Lawmakers like big things where they can cut ribbons and get all this fanfare and more money. That's not what they're going to get from truck parking. Unfortunately, they should. There's no reason they should, but that's not what. And that's
it's a new campaign.
Yeah.
Truck parking is sexy.
Yes.
Can we
That would
start
be a
something?
goal.
Let's go with it.
Can we start?
Make truck parking sexy again.
There you go.
Who's
gonna be who's gonna be the poster boy? Louis?
It'd be Lou. Yeah.
Louis, yeah.
100%.
All right.
A lot of sexy.
We'll get some sexy clothes on Louis. We'll get him out in a truck parking facility. All right. I like it. We'll get working on that. Gentlemen, final thoughts before we wrap it up here?
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, again, I'm just going to emphasize that the trucking industry just, persist, keep doing what we're doing. And as far as, how we solve this problem, it is, again, it's a holistic approach. Everyone's going to have to be involved here. It's going to be public sector, private sector. Everyone's involved. No one's going to be the magic, the silver bullet and all that. We really need to put that in perspective. And when it comes to certain things like research, again, make sure you do your reading, really kind of just, do your due diligence here. But at the end of the day, we do have a parking shortage, and, we need to kind of like band together to help solve that problem.
Yeah. Louis?
It's highway bill time. There's no time better than right now to be contacting your lawmaker about truck parking and other things that affect you in your day-to-day business as well. But this is the time. We're on, as I say, it's 5-yard line and 4 downs with goal to go. Now's the time. Pick up your phones. Go to Fighting for Truckers. Reach out to your lawmakers. As Tyson says, read surveys, don't believe everything you read, and probably people that are trying to profit on your problems probably don't always have your best interests at heart. So, and finally, join OOIDA because we're stronger together than we are separate. And, if you're hearing this and listening to this, call our membership. We'll give you $10 off your annual, but join OOIDA, join the fight. And we appreciate everything you do out there, truckers. Thank you so much.
I was going to say, let's make sure we thank the truck drivers. Louis, that's your thing.
Yeah.
And I think it's important that we do. Again, thank you for everything you're doing out there, keeping America moving. And in the face of all this stuff that we're talking about, to Tyson's point, if we band together and work together on these issues, we'll get there. It's going to take some work, but we'll get there eventually. Louis Pugh, Tyson Fisher, we appreciate it.
Been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're back right after this.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Dispatch, I picked up that load of steel, so I'm ready to roll.
Sounds good. Remember, we're getting paid by weight, so make sure to use a cat scale.
I wouldn't weigh anywhere else.
Forget misaccuracy when your truck on a cat scale.
House products provide your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season and protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
Welcome back, Scott. It's always nice to see OOIDA members doing things to try and change, improve the industry.
Yes.
Agree. Yes. Natasha Cruz Sanchez, an OOIDA member, recently filed a petition to establish English proficiency as a formal endorsement. We've got her on the line now. Natasha, this has been a hot topic as of late. I'm curious, how did this idea come around and why did you decide to do this?
Yeah, so English is my second language, and I feel like I am very, I'm the best person to speak from that point of view, right? I do come from Puerto Rico, and I think that education at all forms is very important. And one of the cultural shocks that I got when I came to the United States was the amount of illiterate adults that are here. So to me, that was a little bit concerning. And when you look at data, you see that 54% of adults have a literacy below sixth grade level. So let's start with that. And I think that if you have a test that can prove that you know will be good, but language alone is not the issue. We have a bigger issue. So I was like, okay, coming to U.S., I see this issue. How can we make sure that we can get qualified drivers, you know? So having free time because of my injury, I started digging deeper into this, and I talked to my collaborators. All of them are truck drivers for over 5 years or so. And I told them, like, hey, what do you guys think about this? And they're like, well, we agree with the law. We just don't agree with how it has been enforced. And I'm like, yep, me too. So we decided to just work together and make something that can make sense to everybody. The way we see it, do you know what's the aspect when you want to join the military? It's like an admission test, the same way you take the MCAT for medical school, the same way you take the GRE for grad school. So why don't we address this issue from the very beginning instead of trying to put a temporary fix that clearly is not working?
Did this idea come to you before all of the latest kind of, all the conversations and debates that are going on over the past few months? Did it come to you before that, or did those conversations kind of, I guess, lead you down this path?
This idea honestly came when I started trucking school. I have a bachelor's degree, and I'm a nerd. So when I go to trucking school, I see myself like, oh my gosh, like, people don't understand what they're reading. So there's a problem there. And me and my friends were always very opinionated, and we constantly talk. That's how you keep yourself awake while trucking. So at that time, I was just calling them, talking to them, and we always noticed something was off, but we didn't take too much time to really think about it. And then when all this movement of like the English language proficiency comes up, we're like, well, English alone is not the issue. It's the way, we're letting drivers like slip through the cracks. Like, who is in charge of these people, right? Somebody's not doing their job. If you are in a trucking school and you see a student but they're not proficient, not only in language, but they're not understanding something, it's your responsibility as an instructor to stop that, right? And address the problem. Like, hey, take a corrective action. What can we do? What can we, how can we make this student be qualified for this? But unfortunately, we have a lot of that in the United States, and we unfortunately are prioritizing profit over safety.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's totally right.
Now, a lot of people in your case, who has a strong opinion about this might just take to Facebook and rant. The fact that
people do,
you,
yeah.
filed a petition and went through this process, talk to me about, that and then what the process was like.
Well, I do agree. We have a lot of people on social media that love to express themselves. But at the end of the day, you need to take action. I'm the type of person that if you see something, say something. So when I reach out to my friends and I'm like, hey, what if we have an endorsement? And they're like, wait, that sounds actually pretty good. And I'm like, it does, but this already exists. So when I was looking for information about it, under the the DOT, you have the Federal Aviation Administration, and they have this. Back in 2008, they have an endorsement, and they gave pilots 1 year transition period. And I'm like, well, we can use this as a model and implement it in trucking. And they're like, you know what? That seems like a good idea. So I started writing without any idea that this was going to turn into something bigger. And then I reached out to OIDA. They responded. That first draft was not federally correct, meaning it didn't have a federal format.
Yeah, it didn't have the, yeah.
They're
right.
like, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they were like, hey, this is actually pretty good. It makes sense. But it needs to have a federal format. So since May or June, we've been exchanging emails with some corrections, editing, and stuff like that. And finally, when I was given the green light, like, hey, it's ready for submission. Okay, cool. Let's do it. So the process has been very interesting. It has been a learning process. All of my collaborators are currently over-the-road truck drivers. So because I'm not driving, I'm able to write down whatever they want to add, whatever they want to feel like is important. So I being that person, putting their thoughts into this document. So it's very interesting to see that even though they're working, I reach out and I'm like, hey, can you hop in a call real quick? So we get into a conference call. I discuss everything that I've been writing with them. They're like, hey, this is good, this is not. And we've been going from there because all of us believe that going on Facebook is not going to resolve anything. It's just creating noise.
This has a lot of promise, and I think it makes a lot of sense on a lot of levels. And you mentioned it briefly there because there is kind of a tie-in with what the Federal Aviation Administration requires. Can you walk us through exactly just what this would look like for someone, really anybody, who's getting their CDL, right? They would have to go through a process to essentially get an endorsement like they would for other things. Kind of just explain for us again, like what this would look like if your plan were the plan, I suppose.
The way I see it, they have the English language proficiency test at roadside. To me, if we take exactly what they do at roadside, but we just change the setting, have a person at the DMV facility doing exactly the same. Hey, talk to me, read this. Okay, you can understand this, cool, then you can take the COP. I feel like when you have a tired trucker, hasn't showered, hasn't eaten anything, they're on their way home, maybe they're on their way to their kid's birthday, and then you get pulled into a weigh station, it's very subjective.
Yeah.
So what if we just take that stress out and we tell you from the very beginning, like, hey, you know what? In order to get a CDL, you got to take the EOP test. Okay, go schedule yourself. Take a test exactly the same way has been, administered at the roadside. You have this person, hey, thank you, welcome in. Let's have a conversation like you and me are having right now.
Yeah.
The person, understand that this person is good to go. Cool. Now you can take your COP. But changing the setting will change the narrative.
Well, I was going to say, this would happen in a place where the person's already there, right, to get their CDL and do all the things. That was one of the questions I had, and I know there's maybe some concern out there or a little pushback in terms of like financial, a financial burden or a time burden of having to go to a certain place. If you're an English speaker already, To sit down and actually take a test would be, it feels kind of burdensome. But what you're saying there would be the same thing that's happening at roadside. Just a simple, hey, this person can converse with me. They're understanding what I'm saying. I'm understanding what they're saying. They're good to go. Simple as that.
Right. Yeah, that's the way I see it, and I think it's the best way. Another thing I would like to say about that is people need to understand education is everything. And if you don't think that paying $10 for an endorsement is worth of your money or time, I don't even know what to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's not like this is going to add $300 to your CDL. No, like when you look at the fees, endorsement fees go from $10 to $50. We spend more on a shower at the truck stop or food. So if having this endorsement will protect your license and will be making this process easier, because I'm pretty sure if I get pulled over by a DOT officer and they see my license, how many minutes or hours I took away from that, you know?
Yeah.
Like he's going to be there for 1 hour, 2 hours. I see the license, oh, EOP, okay, you're good to go. No questions asked, no nothing. So this will be something that will be beneficial for everybody. And as a minority person, Puerto Rican, I have an accent when I speak. I know the language, and it will be very sad that, let's say I get pulled over somewhere that they don't understand my accent, and I'm trying to communicate, like, how much is enough for you?
I'm curious, you'd mentioned that, this has gotten all over the internet. What has the feedback been like? Positive? Has there been negative feedback?
I've seen both. It's very interesting. I think a lot of people fail to understand how this will look like. So they are thinking, oh my gosh, another test, another regulation. Well, if you're born and raised in U.S. and English is your first language, why are you scared? English is my second language, and I'm not scared. So let's start with that. Second, if you are a minority like me, don't you think it will be better to have more endorsements, certifications? You're going to be more qualified. You're going to be an asset. You're going to bring value to the company that you're working for, even if it's your own company as an owner-operator. So some people say, well, no, I don't want more testing. Some others say, you know what, actually this makes sense. Others say, well, this has been around for a long time. Yeah, it has been a long time, since 1936, but there's no test. So another person said that they agree with it and that they should only offer English testing, which is true. Some states offer you to take the COP in Spanish. So I see different opinions, and that's okay. We all are entitled to our own opinion, but at the end of the day, numbers don't lie. And we have an illiteracy problem in the United States. And we also, I want to share with you this because I was reading about it. So the annual economic cost for motor vehicle fatalities is roughly $433 billion. That's a lot. And that involves trucking too, because, of course, for each fatality, that costs around $10 to $11 million. However, when you look into the numbers of literacy problems, you know how much it costs the United States? $2.2 trillion per year.
Wow.
So
that's
if
a
you
lot of
start
money.
analyzing, it's 408 higher, like 408 higher than the actual crashes. And then I started digging into this issue, the literacy problem. So we have that New Mexico has a state with the lowest child literacy rate. Those kids are going to grow up and they're going to turn into adults. That's concerning. And then we also have California as the lowest adult literacy rate. You remember that Mr. Shandafi gave California and New Mexico some time to work on some stuff, some corrective action. So to me, it's not a coincidence that we have literacy problems in the same state that got threatened to suspend funding. I don't think people have been taking the time to really sit down and understand that this is beyond language. This is education. And the system needs some work for sure. So it's natural to feel a certain way, story or incidents, but feelings alone, they won't make policy. Data exists And I think like if we use that data wisely, we definitely can make safer decisions by going directly to the systemic root causes.
Well, yeah, and you nailed the point right there. It's all about safety. That's what this ultimately comes down to at the end of the day with all of this. And I commend you, Ashley commends you for actually taking action on this. Again,
Not
it's
just
so easy
complaining on Facebook.
Yeah, it's so easy to get on Facebook and complain
Yeah.
about things. And, that there's a place for that, obviously.
But no, this is
you taking action and
good.
doing something, really commend you on that. And we
Appreciate
appreciate
your
your
time.
time so
Yeah.
much. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. No, we really appreciate your time and good luck with this. And we'll
Yeah.
definitely keep an eye on how things go.
We'll be following.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you guys
you.
are amazing. Stay
Thank you,
safe.
Natasha.
Thanks. Have a
Take
good
care.
day.
Drive safe out there.
Thank you.
That was a OIDA member, Natasha Cruz Sanchez. It
Love
always
it.
impresses me when people, like I said,
Taking
don't,
action.
Don't take to social media. They actually take action.
Yes, absolutely. We'll be following that, and we'll have more on it when anything happens with it.
Yes.
We'll talk to you next time right here on Trucking with OIDA. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com and we might include it on the show.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.